Alright. So, I really do hope I finish the game soon because I have like almost a terabyte of recordings from this one game. And I need to decide if I want to delete it or or buy hard drives. I don't know. A lot of video. Wow, 2 dead end rooms right away. That I don't really want either of. No gems for sale today. Shovel's fun at least. Gem. Looks like there's rerolls. No gem. While I was prepping for stream, I was like looking at some of my notes briefly, and I didn't really spend a lot of time on it, but I made another horrible discovery. I found another swan song, and I don't know how I feel about it. But when we start diving over the notes again, I'll show. Okay, Amoeba. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's like one of those situations where it's like I can't tell if this is like information or if this is just another reference. I think there's no Stations game that song isn't a clue. Yeah. It's like what do I even do with this information? Oh, a triple squiggly square. I don't see that every day. Alright, so 71 times 4. On calculator, fuck that. It's 300 squared. Alright, 90,000, great. Divide by 9. Divided by 10. Divided by 10. Alright, we're at 100. And then minus 81. That's 13. Wow. That was really fucked up. I don't think I've seen this one before. This is probably the hardest arithmetic puzzle I've had so far. And it's wrong. That's probably why it was so hard. Let's look at it again. Maybe I missed a color. Okay, this is 71 times 4. That rounds to 300 and then squares. This is 90,000. And then divide by 9, divided by 10, divided by 10. It's 100. And then minus 81. 19. Wait, how do I have a different number this time? Oh my god. 19. Even with a calculator, I somehow got the wrong answer. Yeah, I mean, Swan Song's just this big fucking meme. I just don't know if this time Swan Song is like actual information you know? This could be the time that it is. Nice. So yesterday I ended the day in the atelier. So I don't know if that is just going to be a draftable room or not. I don't know what the game's going to do. If it's not a draftable room, I need to get the secret passage again. Also, I guess it's confirmed now that the text in the library is where? Literally where? There's like a random coin in the grass. Anyways. You get steps. Well, that's kind of what I'm working on anyways. But also mostly irrelevant because I already have all the notes, I think, but the steps will help. It seems like the hints are probably going to involve needing to walk a specific path. And if that's the case, then having steps is going to make a big deal because it takes 2 steps to go between every room. So I want to get like as many steps as I can. Bacon eggs is unfortunate. Salt shaker is nice. I got both salt shaker and sleeping mask. It's just like needs to get a ton of steps. Guess I'll kennel. It's funny to me that when you dig and the dogs unlock the door, there's like, you hear the dogs. The fact that I'm not getting the secret passage makes me wonder if the secret passage might still just be there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Basically just a lot of keys. What room is that? The courtyard? I've actually dug in that room before. I can get the foundation on rank 8. It's actually a really good spot. It's right next to the antechamber. So here's my only reservation about not putting the foundation here. The only question mark I have is just, do I need to put the foundation in the center, right? Because in the draft floor plan, the foundation's in the center square. And part of me is like a little afraid that I have to like make that exact layout. I think realistically I don't, because I can't put the veranda at the antechamber. Yeah, let's just do it. I know how to remove it now, so I guess it's fine, but yeah, I want to see the note in this room. Yeah, here it is. That's why I wanted it on rank 8. Yeah, despite the directory being reorganized and renumbered several times throughout the years, the foundation has always maintained its position as the first floor plan. Oh, actually, it's even more specific than I remember it being. It says it's floor plan number 1. I wonder... God, I didn't even think about the fact that the floor plans have numbers. How... what can I... Maybe sum of 18 means the sum of their floor plan number. Shit. The problem is that I don't know... If that was the case, I don't know how to figure out what the numbers of the floor plans are. This is the only one they tell me. I don't think any other room has given me a number. I think it's more likely that this is just flavor, but the information exists, which scares me. Do I have the fresh apples buff? Nice. Oh, master bedroom. The problem is I don't have a lot of rooms right now. Okay. I think we should go the other way and hope that I can get master bedroom again. Master bedroom is huge. I guess technically I should try to get a showroom. If I had a showroom, if I got spoon, it would double my food. Showroom. Nice spoon. I guess master key. Oh, I'm short 5. What's the buff today? Aquarium? I think I have that. I've placed my aquarium. Boom. I like how the doubling happens after salt. So it's the salt is now +2. Yeah, this is probably the most steps I've had before. I'm a little worried about using all my gems up. Guess I should have bought the emerald bracelet after all. I don't have the key. Yeah, I might turn around and just go buy the emerald bracelet. Oh. It's fine. Oh, we just have so many gems. You got a box instead of an item. Yo, turnips are so good now with the spoon. Spoon is just so cracked when you want to actually get steps. I just usually don't care because I actually don't care about getting steps. Oh, an apple too. And apples are extra sweet. Good combo. Hopefully this gives me gems and not gold. It's a mix. That's okay. I wish I had the shoes. My 5 rerolls. What the hell? Oh, it's forcing a... So even if the boiler's off, it still gives me a powered room? I kind of hate that. I did not realize it worked that way. So the question is, can I... Yeah, I'm just gonna do the safe thing and go around because I actually don't know for sure if the master bedroom can spawn from the south. I think it can, but... Dude, this keys. Real house returns. Yeah, because I ran out of steps. I guess we're going this way. I think we will buy this. Because I have rerolls. Oh no. I got fucked. Can I dig somewhere here? This sucks. It's a security door. This is gonna be so many steps. Okay, I can use the secret garden. Oh, but it's not on the west side anymore. I can technically secret garden to try to get a utility closet. I don't know. I don't care enough anymore. I'm already sad. Get me out of here. Okay, so yeah, the secret passage still shows up. Apparently, if I end the day in the atelier, it still counts as being part of the secret passage. So are these like numbered in any way? They call it primary colors. So what, red, green, blue? Oh, interesting. I think I missed that line. 3 primary colors. I mean, unless they're not red, green, blue. There's two kinds of primary colors, I guess. Basically, it can be don't go where the path leads. Green, violet, yellow, red, blue, orange. I mean, the fact they call it violet and not purple, and they talk about it being a prism, it does imply that it's, you know, the primary colors of light and not the primary colors of pigment. So I still think it's probably red, green, blue. And not, was it red, yellow, blue? Said no to purple. Yeah, I don't see anything on here that wouldn't note these as like numbered spots. Maybe the hint is just more saying that don't use the room numbers because the room numbers are just different. 12 dead ends. Where else? This message came up somewhere else. Don't go where the path leads. I'm trying to remember where this came up. It was just in a mess. It was like in a text, like a picture. They're saying there's like maybe 3 paths and they convene. So I feel like what's going on is here is they're describing how there's like 3 paths that all meet up. But also, these are paths I need to avoid. And that's the true path. Okay, let me pull up the screenshots, the document from yesterday. Boom. Okay, so here's where I found Swan Song. You ready? You ready for the Swan Song? It's exactly where you think it is. Okay, remember this message? We seek what's in light, the shade of light, truth, and we're like, what does this message mean? So I actually went through and like, it's like, well, what are all the words that are we seek the shades of truth? So we have a we have a seek. There's another we. What's in? I think there's another in. Here somewhere. Yeah, up here. Here's a the. Here's shade. I did shadow yesterday, but there's actually just a shade. And there's a bunch of ofs. There's an of here. There's an of here. There's an of here. Of here. And truth is here. Right? Cool. And you're like, huh, there's a cool path here. In fact, I was thinking about how, like, you actually, there's a thing here where I can actually go in a straight line, like we seek what's in the shade of truth, and there actually is like a path you can take through the hallways to go through these rooms. So I'm like, part of me is like, huh, that's interesting. Like you can go through the hallways, never overlapping, continuous path you can take, non-intersecting. I thought that's kind of neat. But more interestingly, is there is we have this and then seek what's in the shade of truth. These ones specifically, this is S W A N S O N G. It's like the we seek what's in the shade of truth encodes Swan Song, which is like fantastic. So either this message is just a fucking like troll, or it's saying like we have all these alternate ofs and thes and so on and so forth, but these ones, like these guys, I'm gonna use a color that's like actually legible. We don't care about any of these ones. We only care about the rooms that specifically like spell out Swan Song. These ones. None of that's legible, I'm sorry. This one, and then all of these guys. So it could be like these rooms are special, and there's something they're just saying, like emphasizing it's these rooms specifically that are these are the Swan Song rooms, and there's something special about what to do. I'm a little hesitant to believe that. But yeah. I don't know. I've thought about like a path starting like going into here, so you could go like up this path here, across, then up here and around. Oh no, that's backwards. So it's like here and then across like this, then up here, and then like this, and through the music room, across here, and up this way, and like this. So there's this path, right? This is what I was talking about. And I was like, well, that's kind of cool that there's a path like that. But, and they talked about, one of the hints mentioned a path of 18. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, if we're counting hallways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it's only 16. However, in the very end here, you can go up and around instead. Like, so 17. So that gives a path length of 17, which is one short. Although technically we include this blank path down here, because the entrance is right here. There's kind of an ambiguity here. Maybe it includes this bottom path, and then you can get the 18. It could also just be the number of steps you take, because it takes a step going in and out of the hallway. So, and going from here to here, going from the beginning is 1, and then going into pantry is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's only a path length of 6. You only take 16 steps. Anyway, so that was one idea I was thinking about. Like maybe the Swan Song is an actual It's not a joke, and there's information right here. I just don't know how I feel about this answer. So I'm going through. So one thing I don't like about this top path is that it adds a yellow color. If we avoid that top path, we're taking blue, red, orange, and purple. And there's the hint here. Says that again. I don't know if that's relevant to this because they say there's 3 primary colors, but it says from Prism Pristine, which again, when I think of the prism, I think about the aquarium, not the start. But I don't know. But it says 3 paths convene, 3 lines of light, 3 shades foreseen, 3 colors to count, a sum of 18. But the one left hidden remains to be seen. I just don't know what this means. Yeah, prism is mentioned a few times. So we also have the prism, and then it just has these 6 colors written out. Well, is that you're just sitting on my tablet? Thanks. And like, well, maybe I'm supposed to go through these. Like, this could just be saying what the colors are. It could be saying that, like, oh, hey, please go through these colors in this order. Like, is there a spot on this map that I would, like, consider, like, maybe where all the colors, like, come together besides the aquarium? Because aquarium just is a room that is every color, right? It is the prism room. I mean, it's also, but it's kind of hard to imagine as anything but the aquarium. But I don't know if the room colors are important. The thing I think is kind of neat here is that all the green rooms are like actual valid. No, they're not. The cloister can't be on the right side. You can't spawn the cloister on the edge. Okay, but ignoring that, like, all the green rooms are like on the sides, and the conservatory is in the corner. It's a pretty cool combo of like things they satisfy. Yeah, the first row. Oh, they're also in that order. That's true. So the idea is the prism is just referring to like the bottom row, right? This whole bottom section here. Here, let me delete the line so you can. So like, maybe the prism is just this bottom row here. Because then it's like all the lights are like coming out of it. And then we care about the lines of primary light that come out. So the green, the blue, which is very easy to avoid, and the red. And we have to find a path that doesn't use any of those colors. Right? So I go up this yellow. We can go through this purple path. And then like up this orange path. Oh, that dead ends. No, that also dead ends. Malls. Well, it's like 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock and she just wants to cuddle. So if we, let me try to get a legible color, right? So if you write out the paths here, then we have this dead ends here, and this here kind of like dead ends right here. So you're taking the yellow path, and the yellow path here, here. And it goes pretty far, right? It goes all the way up to this spot here. But it doesn't get me to the vestibule. And maybe that's just a solution, just go there. How long is this path? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It said the correct path was 18 long. So this dead ends down here. Also go this way, it's the same. This orange path dead ends. Oh, wait, yellow is valid. No, but this dead ends. Yeah. So not really sure. So if we go back, what's the note say? From the prism, 3 paths convene, 3 lines of light, 3 shades foreseen, 3 colors account, a sum of 18, but 1 left hidden remains to be seen. Maybe they're saying it's only 17 long, like the last one is not there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, one thing I'm wondering is like if this spot here in the oh god, I'm drawing red on red. This path here, I wonder if it's not red. If that's not red, then that doesn't solve it because you get here and then you can't take this corner. The corner's blocked. Can I stay on the purple path instead of going left to the trophy room? No, there's like this is a wall like this. It's a little hard to see, but maybe I can't. I don't know the rules, right? I'm just making assumptions here. Like maybe the path does like let you go that way. Because if you ignore the walls, right? Then there's way more paths you can take, right? ultimately it's going to be like here, I guess. And if we like work our way backwards, yeah, there's just so many ways to go, right? Because you can go down here, you can go around like this to get to the same place. Although I guess we're looking for a path of a specific length, but you basically can go straight up this hallway, right? It's like a very straight path, right? So I think the walls do matter, just because otherwise it's just trivialized, right? There's basically just a straight shot to the vestibule. I'm also not 100% sure vestibule is the solution. I'm kind of like, I don't really know what I'm trying to do, but I'm kind of making an assumption that I'm trying to like, I'm going to take a path to the vestibule, and then once I go there, the door will be unlocked. If I walk the correct way. I also don't know if like going through rooms is like valid. That's the other thing I haven't done yet. So maybe there's a solution here that will work if I go through a room, right? So let's say we take this path going this way, and then we turned here, we went up like this. I don't know, we're going this way. And like this doesn't work because these rooms are colored, and maybe we're supposed to avoid it. If we're okay going through rooms, we can just do this, and the room color doesn't matter. I'm a little hesitant because I don't. Part of me feels like the room color is relevant. That's why there's so many blue rooms. So I probably can't go through a red room. So that path may be dead. But let's say we aren't going through this like top area. Let's say we're going on the right side. So we come out here, and we're going like say down this way. This like dead ends here, right? And we can't go through these rooms. But we can go this way. And then we dead end still. Great. Never mind, that sucks. That really doesn't work. That's crazy. I mean, I had a path that went up to this spot here. I do wonder if I should just walk that path. Maybe there's just something. Maybe something will happen if I go to this screen, and like there just will be something there. But that seems a little odd, right? But yeah, you starting from the vestibule going backwards, I can't do anything. So there's one other bit here, which is, I say one, there's like 500 other bits. So yeah, so through lantern light in sketches. And again, sketches, well, I guess the whole thing is a draft, so maybe they just mean the lantern light in the draft, right? Cast a tint of truth to find a path, a hue of wisdom to turn us right, a shade of rain. I don't know what shade of rain means. Does a shade of rain just mean rainbow because rainbows are made from rain? Or does this mean clear? I'm not sure. To pass the light through lantern lights. In shadows past, we seek what's left of the lies we cast. Right, which is why I think they're I'm kind of getting together that the lights are marking a path of what you should not do, right? That's what they mean. There's a note about 12 dead ends that I still don't know what that means. Maybe there's 12 dead ends with these like blocked light paths. Perhaps I haven't like counted them out. Also, these words here have like no meaning to me still. Because the sketches could also refer to these messages. Yeah, there's also right and left. There's also like truth and lies. And there is this very, very annoying word puzzle where truth can mean right and lies can mean left. So that's a thing. It scares me. But I don't really know how to draw anything out of that. But the phrasing is weird. Like find a path, a hue of wisdom to churn us right, a shade of rain. Like this like it doesn't really make sense to turn us right in this context. It's like very poetic, but like a little weird in a way that it makes it sound like the word right is like important. The past the light through lantern light in shadows past. We seek what's left in the lies we cast. Yeah. So the other thing is they mention light several times in this passage, and did I not write this one down? Yeah. So they talk about 3 lines of light. So here this one also talks about the word light. 3 light, 3 shade. And the only reason why that's like interesting is like light shows up 3 times. So 3 lights could mean the 3 rooms that have the word light in it, right? And I mentioned this before, which is, you know, this room, and this room. And it's like, well, if it's these 3 rooms, then what? What does that mean? Now, originally I thought it had to be something involving these 3 colors: blue, red, and orange. Which are all these 3 colors. Like, you can take with blue, red, orange to get like, let's say we take the blue room just for the sake of taking the blue room. So we go up through here. We're going this way. We turn here. We go up. We pass the room of light. And then we want to go to the next room of light, which is down there. You go here and then go down. And we go here. Now we need to go around and up. Now we're just gonna, well, and then we go. Well, this doesn't reach actually. You have to enter the vestibule from the right side if you don't go through a room. So yeah, I don't know, maybe you just go across like this. How long is that path? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 23. I don't think that's anything then. Which is interesting. Yeah, there's so many possible like interpretations of this information, unfortunately. Yeah, the three primary causal. So let's say three primary colors is instead of red, green, blue, is is it red, yellow, blue? These three. I'm gonna change the color of my thing now. Give me red, please. Thank you. So this green path totally dead ends. This purple path totally dead ends. So we have to take orange, and orange totally dead ends. So there's no way that's it. That's not the interpretation. And red, green, blue seem pretty good, but I still do wonder if it's orange, red, and orange, red, and blue. So how does that work if I ignore these ones? So we just take yellow, purple, and green. So we go up yellow, take purple, green, yellow. Okay, go up this way. And then we dead end. We're done. Like if we go, I don't know. Maybe I should just do this path and see what happens. How's it go? Like this.
that was the path? Only 14 long. Hmm. This doesn't really feel like it is correct. It doesn't like do anything. Yeah, I'm not really looking for hints right now. I'm just thinking. So here's a bad idea. We can turn this into like a list of instructions. So through lantern sketch in sketches, cast a hint of truth. So that's a 1. Find a path of hue of wisdom, turn right. A shade of rain to pass the light through lantern light and shadows. And then we seek what's left. Something like this. I'm not entirely sure what it means, but you could say the first line here is saying go through the lantern light. That's the color of truth, which is blue. So you start going this way. I need to change colors. Sure. So we're going to go this way. And then it says, find a path, a hue of wisdom to turn us right. So first of all, we turn right, and then the hue of wisdom is orange, because orange is Korarika. So we go up here and turn right. Unless it says turn right at the dead end, unsure. And then it says a shade of rain to pass the light. And rain would be purple, because purple is the color of so we go up to the purple. Purple is the color of Araja, which is the rain country. And then through lantern, the shadows past. See, this is the part I don't really get, because shadow would normally be Orindo, which is black. Shadows past. But the last line says the lies we cast, so that'd be red. So assuming we're trying to get to the vestibule, it's gonna be like this. Shadows past. I don't know what that means. There's also like parts that refer to lanterns and parts of it don't directly refer to lantern light. Amblest? Amblest is not a word. What? Hubam is just a word for manor. It's in Arajan. Amblest is a word? No, because you can only use I guess it's not strictly true, but you generally don't use English words for nouns unless it's someone's name. Generally, like, you only really use it for verbs. I kind of like made a point about that in the language teaching. I think that's a little unlikely. I think it's most likely just Huam, which just means manor. Blessed does seem like a weird word, though. Could have just been bless. It's also a little odd because like all the words are like 5 letters, and like you really can't split up these words into like other. There's like there really isn't another way to split these words up. If that make any sense? So it's a little odd just split just the last word like that. Yeah, so like part of it that like it said there's 3 paths, 3 lines of light. Right? 3 paths convene, 3 lines of light, 3 shades foreseen, 3 colors to count, a sum of 18. The one left hidden remains to be seen. Yeah, but I mean, it's a little odd because they could just wrote the word bless, but that's fine. I think there's something a little more specific to why they called it blessed. Because like so far right now, all the words don't They don't like chain together in a sensible way. They don't make a sentence. So like, it could have been any word, right? So the fact that it's blessed specifically, I think has like more important meaning. But I don't know what it is. 1,000 years. I think it's like 1902. It's from like 90 years ago. Like, I'm kind of expecting that, like, I'm gonna somehow have 3 different paths form, and then whatever's left is a valid path to walk through the area. And like, they're gonna probably involve the primary colors, so red, green, blue. The problem is the green path is like, it dead ends like instantly. Like, there's nothing here. There are a bunch of 4-letter words. I can core 4-letter words. I don't know how to core a 5-letter word. Yeah, it could just be the last hallway, yeah. I was mentioning that earlier. I was saying that the 18th spot might just be the end. Which is just one of the remaining colors or whatever. What's a rule for breaking up 5-letter numbers? Yeah. So they've talked about if you there is some implication of how to solve it, but I don't actually know how to do it. Like, they're basically like, if you end up with a core that's more than 4 letters, you basically just have to group them into 4 numbers, and then at the end, if the result is still more than 4 digits, you core again. But that process is not specified. The only time we've had a core something more than 4 letters or more than 4 numbers long, they told us what the pairings were. I don't know. I don't feel great about doing that. Because yeah, it's really unclear how to because these like 5-letter words or whatever, like, it's not a 5-digit number, right? Like, the E's are like 1 digit, and then the rest of these are all like 2 digits numbers. Or I guess not H. So you end up with like an 8-digit number. It's like, how do you split it up? It gets really arbitrary. Like, I don't know how you would begin to solve that. I mean, it's also possible that there is like information how to do 5-letter cores. I just don't have it. I don't know. There's like a weird world where I just take like 4-letter groupings, like 1 and then 3 and then 2 and 2 and then 3 and 1 and then 4. But like, This doesn't work because I'm gonna be left with one letter left over. So that doesn't even work. You know, if there was like some world where like these colors indicated the operations that apply to the numbers, that would have been pretty cool. But they don't match the colors at all of the math arithmetic. So I don't think that's it. I thought about like how these rooms connect, and like it's super not draftable. Like you start in here, you can go up and then a dead end. I can't go right into the pantry. I can go left and then up here, and I can go into the dining room, and then I'm dead end. I can only get to these these 6 rooms by like exploring the mansion normally. So this mansion isn't even draftable. Like it's not all connected, dude. Normal room connections. Well, I mean, one of the colors for the arithmetic is like pink. It's not like one of the normal colors. The instructions? Which instructions? There's this one right here. I guess I'll copy this over. This text is on the screen. This is the same text that's on the left side. It's just written out. It's like here, through lantern light and sketches cast a tint of truth, etc., etc. There's also the whole relationship with the spiral stars, and I haven't actually solved that connection, if there is one. We have this path here, cross up, over, That ends. Try again. Yeah, I literally can't go past this without that. I have to like go through the room. Wow, I thought this. We had this crazy path, right? Between closet and bedroom. What? Closet and ballroom? There's no wall here, if that's what you're asking. Or there's a wall here. There's no wall here, but there is a wall here. I don't. No, you can go through this path. This is open. Unless my notes are wrong, it's also possible. Yeah, I still like this thing that they were kind of describing. Then shade or rain to pass the light. I was arguing is up here. Or maybe they mean like this to pass this light here. Then do shadows pass? I don't know what that means still. Sorry, I'm not looking for hints still. I don't know what Shadow's Pass means. Like, part of me just wonders if this shade. But that seems kind of weird. Because if it is, then it just ends up being, we go past the shadow, and then we go along this red path, right, like this. But I'm not convinced. It seems very odd. There's also this awkward bit where I'm not 100% sure that we're even trying to get through the vestibule. Through lantern light and shadows past. What could that mean? And maybe this is just it. And we have 200 steps. Maybe I should just start using them. The problem is that I thought there's supposed to be three paths, right? That we're supposed to avoid. Right? So even if this is like the path, which again, I don't even know if it's supposed to go to this room or not. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Let's just walk it. Let's see what happens. I don't think this is gonna do anything, but we'll try it. So, going up the blue path. Which ones are green as opposed to orange? There aren't a lot of green paths. Yeah, you have green here, and here, and here. So you're kind of like all on the left side here. There's a green here. That's it. That's all the green paths. The green paths are like all in dead ends. Like literally all of them. It's really hard to use the green paths for anything. Which is interesting on its own, but I don't know what to use that information for. Yeah, that's it. This is blue, right? So we go up blue, and then past red, and we turn it. This is orange. Oh god, it looks way more red than I remember it looking. We go up, looking for purple. Okay. That's a dead end. It's not that. Okay, now we're going up for the red path. Wait, I thought I could go up here. I can't go up here. That kills his path. Whoops. Yeah, so... Oh no, yeah, it's marked as a wall on my map too. I just fucked up. Right here is a wall. Well, shit. Yeah, because the red path won't take me to the vestibule then. I feel like I knew this before. Okay. Back to the drawing board, yeah, exactly. Gotcha, the green orange looks similar. I'm sorry. It's really hard to choose colors that like, I mean, this is such a color-based puzzle, it's like really hard to avoid that. Casio. I mean, this seemed kind of promising. Like this seemed like this was a thing, but yeah, the rain that passed the light. This has to keep going. Then through lantern lights and shadows past. Let's see what's left. This song for some reason reminds me a lot of the Ash Twin Project music. I know that's like very specific, but for some reason that's what it reminds me of right now. As I went, what I think I did wrong. Sure. I'll ask when I can't think of what I did wrong here. It could just be literally go up here and then go left into the foundation. Because it's like seek what's left of the lies. What's left of the lies, not the lies to the left. Got this line here, right? This is also rain. This is the word rain, I guess. But from the hint itself. Like, maybe as context, shade of rain means blue, but like, doesn't help me because there's only one blue light. So, I don't think that's it. This feels like it's pretty close. These first two steps seem like the only way to interpret it. And I like this spot just because it's you pass the word light in the shade of rain. Like, those three steps all make perfect sense to me. But then after that, it's just, I don't know. And this has to like go one further because that's a dead end. I mean, I don't like it, but the word shade and pass are here. So shadows pass might just be this. And then but seek what's left in the lies. So left of the lies, maybe this way? into this dead end. Maybe this is just the path. Morajai Purgatory. That's actually fine. My biggest problem, honestly, with the... I didn't mind the Morajai so much. Some of the Morajai were kind of cool. I did not like the pictures, because I just hate word puzzles. My biggest problem was just like, yeah, it's way too much in one sitting. It took me like 4 hours. It was a lot. Yep. So this is my interpretation of this path, which is fine. It says there's 3 paths, right? But I don't know what the other paths are. Maybe one of the paths is related to this message here. The Sting Plan Forge. Baron Crest among Manor Blessed. I don't know. I feel like it is. I feel like that's another path. I also don't know about this like last step here of turning left the lies. But well, I guess Chthonic, is this path the path you were thinking of, or were you thinking of something different? I'm curious if I'm even like on the same line of thought. Short-lived. We seek what's in the shade of truth, which is that whole swan song thing in here. But I don't understand, it says it's 3 colors. This is not 3 colors, right? 3 lines of life, 3 shades foreseen, 3 colors to count, a sum of 18. Maybe if I count just 3 of these colors. Well, I don't know the path length is talking about the length of one path with the length of all three paths. So it's a little ambiguous. Welcome to Yomitan. Why did you just open up? Very funny. Checking the length of the three other paths, but I don't know what the paths are. That's the problem. I'm trying to figure out. I don't know what it's even referring to when it says three paths. I also don't know if the length includes the beginning. You start like below the entrance hall technically, but kind of assuming that that path length doesn't count. Well, you're right on top of my tablet again.
Ba-da-dup. What's up? Trying to make sense, I guess, of this. Still. Okay, so I have one idea. So if lines are just straight lines, we just ignore color, right? Then there's this line here coming from the bottom. And then the only way you can make 18 is use that line plus this line, which is length of 6. And then you need another 3, which is this line. I don't know how I feel about that, because that's not 3 colors. Like, this line is 4 colors. This one's 3 colors. And this one's 2 colors. specifically says 3 colors that count. I guess this one's also a 3. These are both 3s. Either way, it's a problem. Yeah, I don't know. Hmm. I mean, it specifically mentions we're assuming it's this one, that last line. One left hidden remains to be seen. Feels like it's implying this color, but like, if that's the case, all of those ideas of lines makes no sense. It has to somehow involve this. I mean, if you include the room colors, which again, I don't know if that is valid, because I don't know how the room colors exactly are defined, because the hallways are actual the lights. But this is, if the vestibule has a color behind it, then this is 18 colors. But it's not 3 colors. So I don't really like that. It says there's 3 lines and 3 colors. But I don't really know how this like back color can even be counted.
wish Molly wasn't sleeping on my tablet. Makes it a lot harder to like jot notes down in my head because I can't actually write anything. I stare and think about what the colors could mean, and it's hard. Thinking is real. The gears are spinning, but unfortunately, I think the teeth are broken. I was thinking of stuff, but nothing was really panning out, so I'm like just really confused how to like combine the info. Like this last hint implies that it's somehow this we're adding 3 colors, maybe not together, maybe individually the 3 colors are 18. But it says they summed 18, so it does imply that we're adding the 3 colors together. And then, but it says one of those, but there's something that is hidden remains to be seen, which can really only refer to this square behind the vestibule. So this like hallway light somehow is part of these summations, and it's like really hard to think of any way for that to make sense, right? Like this is blocked from all the hallways, so either I'm counting lines that ignore the hallway paths, or I'm like including, or I'm going through rooms in this path. But if I'm going through rooms, do those rooms colors count as a color, or am I just going through, or am I only counting the lantern light? It's kind of ambiguous. And then, yeah. Yeah, if it's the rooms or not. I kind of feel like it's not the rooms, because like if we go from this line and straight down, just like straight path, this is the shortest path, this is already 18, right? So like if I had any path that was only 3 colors, then we're screwed. Now, it could be that it's a path longer than 3 colors. We're just counting just that color, like only 3 colors, and we ignore the other colors in the path. But if that's the case, there's got to be a ton of different paths that satisfy that, right? Going through rooms and hallways and having a sum of 18 from any 3 combination of the colors, like it's just a lot, right? It's like there's surely way more than 3. So I'm not really convinced that's like the way to go. Like what colors would it even be, right? Is it these 3 colors, blue, red, and blue, red, and orange? Are these the 3 colors because they had the word light in them? So I need a path of including rooms, I guess. Because orange and red isn't enough. Like if you only do hallways, you get fucked really fast. So like if you go through rooms and hallways, like maybe I can, I mean there's more than 3 paths, but it's awkward because like most of these paths go through only hallways and then like 1 room. You know? It's a little like awkward that the rooms are like suddenly being counted when I'm only adding like 1 or 2. It's very hard for me to count. Again, I don't have my Molly's just laying on my tablet. No, there's supposedly this thing about cats and just like I'm not even an artist and they know cats laying down on tablets. She seeks the light, I guess. It's like 1, 2. Well, let's say this is 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I don't know. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I guess it's like that's an arbitrary path. The thing is, there's so many like slight variations where you can like wiggle a path like one way or another way, and it's like the same line. Like instead of going like this, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know, try going a different way. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wait, how did I go this way before? Wait, how did I get out of here originally? I think I went a way that doesn't make sense. You have to go this way, right? Now, if you're going through rooms, then you only count. Then it's like you can go from here to the lantern and then into the pool, then into the foyer, and then what, like around? Like I don't know. It's getting like arbitrary. We can't. Kind of can just go down here, huh? 1, 2, 3, or let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Maybe I don't count the rooms. I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of ways to interpret this that I don't have any. I'm a little worried that I have to come with like all these different paths and then go where there's the absence of that information, because there's so much information I have to like get correct at once, and then the answer falls from that. Like I don't have anything along the path that tells me. That's part of the reason I don't like this like approach I'm making, because it doesn't seem like something that will actually give me a like that's not gonna let me know I'm doing it right at all. Can I even like get anywhere? Actually, I must have gone through a wall somewhere. I didn't count rooms. 1, 2. I mean, if I go through rooms but don't count them, like that's a path of 18 that uses blue, red, and orange, and only goes through blue, red, and orange rooms. But it's also dumb because that path could have been shorter, right? Like I can just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, it could just be 2 shorter. I don't know. And like I wiggled 2 extra spaces up there, but I could also wiggle 2 extra spaces down here. And it's like they're both 2 longer. Oh, I like go through 1 fewer room. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it basically I'm of the opinion that like if I have 2 paths that are like identical, but like one goes like one way around the room, one goes another way around the room, but the whole rest of the path is the same, I'm that's gotta be wrong. Like there's no way that's the right. I kind of refuse to accept that that's like the correct solution for being 2 paths. Has to be only one answer. Yeah, well now there actually has to be exactly 3 answers, but also I expect those 3 answers to be different, right? And again, I don't know if this sum 3 colors account summing is saying that each path has a sum of 18, or the 3 paths added together sum to 18. I kind of assume that each path sums to 18. Originally, I thought it was just three paths of 3 colors. Like each path was 1 color, and you add them together. Before I found this room, but then once I found this room, I was just like, "Oh, that makes no sense." Is it like it just didn't work out? I thought it had something to do with the aquarium, but it just didn't. Aquarium's in a spot that just doesn't really make any sense. And the prism's clearly being indicating this bottom row is the prism. I'm not sure the bottom row is a prism or just this one spot. This one spot might be the prism, but it's a little ambiguous. So I'm also curious what. So I mentioned these 6 rooms were like kind of their own separate accessibility area. This is a separate room. This is a separate room. I wonder if there's a chain of rooms that actually is like accessible that's like long. Like from the vestibule, I can go to I can go here, and then here, and then here, and that's it. There's only 4 rooms. Yeah, it's like most of these like rooms just don't really connect anywhere, like directly to each other. Like almost every path is like 3 or 4 rooms or fewer. A lot of them are 1s. There's like a couple 6s. This one's actually 7 rooms accessible. I just don't think that's anything. Seeing if like any of the rooms had like maybe the lever. I'm kind of like going off the deep end now, but actually none of them do. None of these rooms have levers in them. Fine, I guess. I mean, I guess the levers probably didn't exist for the vestibules, only for the antechamber. The other half of this that I like don't understand is like it says from prism pristine 3 paths convene. So like this could mean either that there are 3 paths that meet in the prism, but I think more likely what it means is the other way around, which is that starting from the prism there are 3 paths that all convene at the same location, right? And it could convene here, but I don't know. Could convene in the foundation. I don't know. The aquarium. The prism. There's a hint saying that this bottom row is the prism. But the prism, I guess, potentially could also refer to the aquarium. But the aquarium's like, and this is what I originally thought before I even found this whole thing. I thought the hint was referring to the aquarium or the aquarium key. Because the aquarium is the only room that's all colors. Conservatory or observatory? I don't understand why those rooms. I meant more that the aquarium's literally just, it's a room that is all colors. It's the only room in the game that's like that. The maid's chamber is technically 2 rooms, but apart from that, it's aquarium, right? And so I thought you would make 3 like 3 paths of rooms from the aquarium that were all like monocolor, and then use like the prism key to get to the unseen 4th path or something. But turns out that doesn't seem to be what's happening. Hey, maybe it still is, but that seems very unlikely right now. But yeah, the problem with this aquarium being that part of the clue is because it only has, there's 3 paths coming out of it, but there's only 2 colors. And like one of them's like against the wall. So it's kind of a little awkward to try, and I don't know where they would be going. Like lines to where, paths to what? And then the other thing is, like I said earlier, is it says 3 lines of light, which could just mean, you know, hallway paths, because the hallways are lit up with lanterns. But it could also somehow be related to these 3 rooms that have light in their name.
lavatory, dining room, vestibule. And like what? They like all straight lines meet here? But again, there's like too many colors. Like, I don't know. And it doesn't include this blank tile. Like, neither of these interpretations use this blank tile at all, which seems to be implied as part of the puzzle. So all of those ideas feel like are bad ideas because they aren't using the information given to me. Though there is one thing that's potentially maybe it's a thing. So if I go from this room up along the hallway along this orange path, it's 1, 2, 3 and stop here in this like square. And then from this path, oh see, this has to go to purple. That kind of kills the idea. I thought maybe I could take this red path, which is like another 4. But the purple path doesn't actually go anywhere. And then from this path, I was going to take this purple path, because the purple path is the only one that goes anywhere. Again, I'm not using this line though. It also kind of dies. The purple path actually doesn't go anywhere either. It has to use like multiple colors if I'm taking the hallways. Yeah, that doesn't work. Of course, again, I can ignore the walls and just go, right? But that just seems very strange. The brain. Maybe I shouldn't focus on this right now. Maybe I should focus on a different clue because this is just isn't making any sense to me. The message in the Morajai puzzle, like, I feel like half of it makes sense and then the end doesn't make any sense, particularly since I don't know what the end result of it's supposed to be. And ultimately, I don't even know what I'm trying to get out of all this. Right? Like, even if I follow this path. I just remember getting messages that said don't follow the path. Did I not? I don't think I wrote it down anywhere. You're really cozy there, Malls. I love that my tablet. Just saying. Shadow might be Vaya. I just realized. But I don't remember what Vaya is associated. It's just associated with the angels. Right? Paragon of Ash. Largest planet. Chimney Sweep. I don't know how to use that information here.
My brain may just be too small for this. I feel like part of my problem with this, like being able to solve this puzzle right now, is that this is like a puzzle that feels like it requires a like substantial amount of interpretation of a lot of different things at once, and I like have no idea if which or if any of them are correct. So, I'm considering whether or not I should take some sort of, I don't know. I don't even know what to ask for if I wanted a clarification, because it's just there's so many things to clarify that I don't even know where I would even begin. I think it's correct because I think I asked yesterday if anything's wrong, and maybe that was only with colors, but I thought I asked yesterday if there were any mistakes, and people were like, it's all correct. I guess I'll ask again, yeah, just to verify. Like, do I have any of the data here wrong? I'm kind of under the impression that's all correct, but three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I mean, I can make an 18 long path for the Swan Song path, but once again, it's not 3 colors, right? It's like purple, orange, red, blue. So it starts in the S instead of starting from here. Maybe I can just make it purple, orange, red. I mean, again, it doesn't really match the clues given though, but I think there's probably only one path that goes from the pantry to the furnace through Swan Song that only touch 3 colors. That feels legit if you don't count the room colors. You only count the hallways. If you count the rooms, you can't even make it. There's literally no path that makes it, so you have to not count the rooms. But again, I don't know if that's anything. Largely because it like, cool, I have a path that's 3 colors that's sum to 18, but like, what does that have to do with the prism? Because coming from the pantry. Unless I am supposed to start from the if I am supposed to start from the prism and going up into blue into the pantry. This becomes 12. I think there's still only one path, but I think there's still only. Yeah, I mean, there's just a different path, but it still works. The problem is I just have this I have this extra color. Like, there's an extra, like, blue color. It's no longer 3 colors. So it's a little awkward. I don't know if anyone's even here to give help, even if I wanted it. Man, Malls, I really wish you cozied up elsewhere. Come on. I don't know if it like means anything, but if I ignore like, if I just draw straight lines, like straight along these hallways on the bottom, this column and this, oh no, Malls. She's holding keys down. I can't even, she's ridiculous. Anyways, this column, and this column have only 3 colors in them. Not the same 3 colors, but they have 3 colors. But they don't, I don't know really what to get from that. It doesn't like use this back line at all. So don't think that's it. It's neat. It's actually interesting. I didn't realize this. If you allow going through rooms arbitrarily, like you can get like from the bottom to the top for both, like I think orange, red, and purple. I think it is possible. But purple actually I think is broken because purple, this wall here prevents that. To the point where I wonder if I like miswrote that down because everything else works. But the problem is that they're not 18 long. They're all like 20 plus. But like you go from red from here to here through the cloister, then down and up and around, then through the dining room, and up here, and then across, or I guess across the corridor, then across here. We're going up to this spot, then through the archives, then through the chapel, and then you're in the vestibule. And this length is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It's like 20 to get to this the vestibule. In red, it's like the same. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, Oh, sorry, I guess the close again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. And then you're in the vestibule. Red pad's like even longer. And then I think everything else doesn't work because there's only one blue light. Yellow dead ends pretty hard. I mentioned earlier that green dead ends ridiculously hard. And then purple like just almost works and doesn't. Like if you go through this wall, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and then your vestibule. Again, it's like 20. They're like all like 20 and 21. And like I said, it's slightly broken because the purple path actually doesn't connect. Like to the point that like I kind of just want to check to make sure it actually is like that. Where am I? Oh, okay. I know where I am. Yeah, I wrote the maze chamber as red, by the way, but the maze chamber, like I said, is red and purple, by the way. I don't know how much that actually matters. I just figured I'd mention. Because again, I don't know if the color of the rooms means anything. Yeah, this super just dead ends. Wait, no, this is wrong. The maze chamber's the wrong way. Oh, this is a mistake. Okay, okay. So this... Okay, so the purple line does connect through. Oh, shoot. Undo. I need to, like, redraw all these lines. Here to here. From here to here. From here to here. Okay. Okay, that's super promising, right? Like, there's no way that's not correct. And the colors are purple, red, and orange. Like that there's a continuous path of those three colors. But they just don't sum the 18. Like, I don't know where this 18 number comes from. That's the problem I have. Maybe it's like the room colors when we go through 18 rooms? So if I duplicate this sheet real quick, just for the sake of like fucking around and I can't actually draw on this tablet. So if we like mark all of these, maybe I want to mark the rooms too. Oh. Yeah, so let's say just for funsies. Shoot, I double clicked. Dang. All try it again. It's like, this would be much easier to do in like Paint, actually. So if I color all these like black, so this path, and then we have this red path. Then we have this orange path. Yeah, that's right. These paths. So what's left? So I got this yellow path, turn, go straight, right, dead end. That was short-lived. Yeah. I mean, I'm obviously not going to the vestibule with this path. Like, I guess I'm gonna ask for a confirmation. Like, am I on the right track? Like, does this make any sense? Was a question? Okay, so I noticed that if I go through rooms and don't count their colors, and then there is a path from the purple, the red, and the orange that will lead me to the vestibule. And that, like, fits this thing here from the prism. They convene, 3 colors, and, you know, these first 2 lines, like, that satisfies those 3 lines. And that's what, like, this is marked off. These are the paths of those 3 colors. That all, like, seems like too good to not be something, but I don't understand how it fits into the second half of the clue about counting the 18. Like, am I on the right track? Or is this like a complete coincidence and has nothing to do with anything? Let me get rid of that. Sorry, I didn't realize that sketch was still on there. Like, I just don't see how that's not related. It is a thing. Okay. I don't quite know what to do with this information though, because again, I don't have this remaining thing. I also, the other clue we had, I'm just making lots of duplicate sheets right now. So in this verse here, I was saying that like, okay, I can arrange this. Maybe this arrangement is just wrong, but I arranged the like I broke up the sentences of these expressions like this. Maybe this isn't correct, but I was like, maybe these are instructions for a path. And so I was like, okay, through lantern light in sketches. Again, I don't know if sketches still seems like a weird phrasing because I feel things means art. But anyways, I was like, the tint of truth. I was like, well, the color of true statements is blue. So I was like, all right, start here. We're like going through a blue light down here. And then it says, find a path of hue of wisdom and to turn us right. And well, orange is the color of Korarika, which is the educational people. And that's where we can turn right. So we can keep going north and turn right at the orange. And then it's like, the shade of rain that passed the light. And I'm like, well, rain could be associated with Araja, which is the purple area. And the past light means maybe to go past this room with light. So it could be go up here and then make a left. Like this. And then I don't really quite understand what these last two phrases quite mean. This one says, through lantern light and shadow pass. And I was like, well, maybe it's just shade and pass, and you just go up past these two. But that seemed kind of funky. Also, I probably need to go one forward because otherwise I'm like dead ending. So I was like, oh, like this. So I don't know what this phrase means. And then it says, we seek what's left in the lies we cast. And I was like, either this is go along the red path because lies are red, or it means go left of the red path. And I was like, well, I don't know where that was gonna take me. But originally I was like, well, I can go up past the shade and pass color here and then make a left when we get to the red light, which just dead ends us right here, and that's the path. And this just seems wrong, right? The first half feels like it's a thing, and then the second half feels like a complete misinterpretation of the thing. Is my current like evaluation of that right/wrong, or am I like totally off the mark? I also like don't really know how this like totally doesn't like line up with this thing at all. My interpretation of through lantern light is more right than wrong. Okay, so it's like partially correct, but not completely correct. Like, I don't know. Well, maybe I can just go through the hallway here. Like, just go up straight to here. But... because before I was avoiding the hallways. But I don't know. I don't know. It seems... I don't know where... It seems like there's some bits of it that are right, but I also don't even know what I'm, like, trying to get out of this, right? Because, like, this already collides with, like, this path. Like, it overlaps with this path. Which, maybe that's not a problem, but, like... It's still, yeah, I just don't know what Shadow's Past means. It's like such a confusing line to me. Maybe this is saying this is the lies. So left of this? I don't actually know what this information here is even giving me, because I got a hint saying to, what was it? Avoid. So I can find that hint again. This one. Yeah, don't go where the path leads. Okay, it doesn't say don't like go on the path. It just don't go where the path leads. Okay, what does that mean? Maybe that doesn't mean anything. The other question I had, I wanted confirmation on, was specifically the Swan Song hint. So my idea was, starting from the prism again, I guess, we go through the S, and then we go through the W, and then through the A, and then through the N, and then through the S, and then through the O, and the N, and then
which path I had to take. There's like 2 paths I could take depending if I counted this blue. But if we don't count it, or if we do count it, then you get like this path, or you get some extra walking. You get this path here to get to, so you get the Swan Song path that goes through the we seek what's in the shade of truth. You go through all those rooms, and you go from pantry to furnace. This seems like a 5th path that's also available. Oh, yeah, you can see. Let's make sure. Is this a thing? Or almost a thing? No idea. Oh, great. Maybe it's like an Easter egg. I don't know. I should just do this. So S. Then we go this way into the W. We go back this way and then to the A. We go this way into the, wait, this isn't the observer, this isn't a wall. Oh, is this wrong? Oh no, I think it's right. I went the wrong way. Let's start over. I followed the path wrong. Let's go here. S W A N S O N Just gonna get our way over to the furnace. We made it. Nothing happened. So yeah, this is like a path that I saw that I don't know, maybe it's just an Easter egg for Swan Song. I don't know if the path is real. But the fact you're saying no idea means that it's probably not related to the main solution, and I should just ignore it. This is definitely a thing. I don't know what to do with this thing. And I don't know what to do with this other intro. So we had here, 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 here. So this was the path we had considered. But this is clearly wrong. You know, but you can't say. Like, I feel like I have small pieces of this puzzle, but like I don't have enough. Shadows past. I don't know what shadows past is still. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I need something here to tell me like what, like where did I go wrong? I guess with this interpretation. I should be going through rooms. That's what I was thinking because of the other paths are going through rooms, but I didn't know what to do with that. You start with blue. Our path, a hue of wisdom to turn us right. I could be going through the cloister, or I could just turn at the cloister. And then...
Candles are not covering the whole hallway, but next to something specific. I have... Which room am I in right now? So... Okay, hold on. Let me see something. So, I don't know if it's anything, but maybe... Because I mentioned the lantern light in sketches, right? So maybe the sketches really are the pictures. And so it's a light shining on the pictures. Oh, maybe... Hold on. Maybe the rooms they go through spell a word. You know, I probably should have thought of that. L-E-M... Oh, it's hard to tell in the way this is set up. Let me look at the original. So, L-E... F... O... N... L-O-F-N? L-E-F-O-N? That doesn't sound right. F-O-A... N... L-E-F-O-A-N? That's not... It's nonsense. Try the red one. Okay, M... Go most away without going through a room. Okay. M... P... T... A? Well, T-T. Well, maybe I looked the wrong letter. Hold on. Because some of the word is A. M... P. Yeah, MP. M-P-T... T. That's nonsense. And what's I get from orange? T-M... So T-M-O... E... T-H? Great. Absolute nonsense. Okay, well... That didn't help me. But... in here... It says... Lantern light in sketches cast a tint of truth. So, like, when you look at here... Like, the light's not really visible on either of these, right?
Okay, so maybe that's something. Not sure. Lantern light. Maybe it's not starting with blue. Maybe that's not. They're just saying the lantern light in the sketches casts a tint of truth. To find our path, a hue of wisdom to turn us right. Hmm. Yeah, if you can't see the sketches from here, you can see the sketches from here. I mean, the lanterns are always like in front of the doors, right? Obviously, because they're in the center. But like, we say we have to go through the doors that the lights are in front of. We come out here, but if you turn right, it goes nowhere. So we're going to turn right into this room. Like left. I guess. I have to admit, sir, clue's pretty cryptic. Why did I stop? Because it kind of became nonsense. And I was already following like a weak idea. Like, we go here, And let's say we go here and then go up. Then what? It says a shade of rain. But like, and there's purple here, but like, what did we do? This one? Which is the word past? I don't think so. We can go into either room. We can just follow the purple line. At the gallery, it's a orange, but we use that hint to enter the gallery. Maybe there's like not a sequence of instructions, it's just like rules to follow. Like always go into a blue room, always turn right at a orange, always turn left at red, always pass through purple, like go straight through purple. I don't know what this line would mean then, but let's say we do that. So you go into here, we make a left at the red, we make a right at the orange, a right at this orange, a right at this orange, then make a left, left, straight, right, right, straight, left, straight, straight, and we're dead. That went surprisingly long, but eventually we try to make a left at a wall. Unless that is just the path. How long was that? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I don't know. I don't know if the length really matters. Through lantern light and shadow past. Does this spell anything? S W A N. Dude, are you kidding me? S O N. Okay, I guess we go into the. So it's just another hint for Swan Song? Is that literally what I just went through hell for? I don't understand this game right now. It's a more specific path for Swan Song than what I was doing before. We can go into the back. The other one was a little more ambiguous. So we make a left, and then a right, and then a right, and then a right. left, and then a left, and then straight, then a right, then a right, then straight, then a left, and straight, and straight. Oh, this door wasn't here before. Oh, we found room 46. And now we wait for the sacred hour. Yeah, it's in case you didn't know the terminal password, you know. Okay. We interpreted that information. I don't understand the line that says through lantern light and shadow past. Maybe it's like this. A shade of rain that passed the light through the lantern. Oh my god. And then maybe in shadow pass we seek the light. So maybe this is the way you break up the lines. Well, I found the Swan Song text from this message. This message, and we seek what's in the shade of truth. See, yeah, this would have been better if I split up the sentences. I think my big problem with this clue, like understanding this, is that understanding that this isn't a sequence in instructions and that this is just like, if you see A, do B, which is fine, but like that would have been much better if I understood what the actual breakup of the sentences are. I don't know. It's awkward. It's fine. I don't know how the best like solves this problem. In some ways I wish like maybe they could have made it so that the words were the columns, so they're like, and all the sentences were exactly, you know, 9 words long. And they just made it like a not 4 sentences that were 9 long. Like then it would have been very clear. You think it's just the rhyming scheme? Well then, if it is, I still have done it wrong. Like if this is like past cast. Well, right and light are like 2 different phrases, and cast like. Yeah, I don't know. But if it isn't like that, then this doesn't make sense, because this makes less sense. The tint of truth is the start. Cast path past path right light. It's a way longer phrase. Then past cast again. You rhyme cast with cast. Through lantern the next we seek the next. I mean, I assume it's like this. So like this? Is this the breakup?
It also rhymes cast with cast. I don't know. It's rough. We're trying to put a hint in poetry, and it's making it really cryptic. I don't know. I don't know. I actually even still knowing the solution, I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is actually a more confusing solution. Like this breakup of these 3 lines is great. This is awesome. Like this makes perfect sense, right? And like you see this and I'm like, that's such a better way to break up these lines. But the rest of this is like a little odd, and it's a little strange that like turning left at lies is like not with the rest of these. Like they could have just put all 4 of these here, like this: a tint of truth to find our path, to turn us right, a shade of rain to pass the light, and then like a color of lies to, you know, blah blah blah. Line 4 and 5 of the same statement. I think this lines 4 and 5 are just bad. Oh, lines 4 and 5. Oh, so you're saying just like this? No, I think this is sufficient. Like, if they had a phrase here that was like a color of lies to, you know, lead like us left. I mean, that's obviously not very cryptic, but like if this was if they had these 4 lines like this, it's extremely clear what it means, right? Like the fact that this says go right, go left, start, and this says pass, this can only be interpreted as go straight, right? I don't know. There are definitely way clearer ways to do this, but I don't know. My end result was as I was extremely confused. And not knowing, maybe if I was an expert in poetry, I would be able to see these sequence of words and know how to break up the stanza, but like, I don't know. I broke up the lines wrong and interpreted wrong. Oh god, another written will. Alright, we'll do this first. This is probably just gonna be truth again. It's probably like the same message. I'm not. How do I? This is gonna give me 2 colors. Okay. Jeez.
definitely a different puzzle. I don't recognize this one. Blue. Okay, we'll add here. Room 46. Blue. No pictures in this room, I assume. Alright. Last will testament of Baroness Arve. Alright, good to see our great grandma's will. I, Arve of Mount Holly, architect, mother, and reluctant baroness, being weak of body but of perfect mind and memory, thanks be to Orinda, do make and ordain this document my last will and testament. As I commit my final wish to paper, may it be done so in the tapestry and color of my life's work may be written under the tree of creativity and in the shade of truth that has sheltered my loved ones from the villainy of country and countrymen. In the same spirit of defiance, I hereby revoke all wills and codicils herefore printed on common hueless parchment. Okay. I first... that was a deed, not a will. That's fine. Yeah, they're the first... They're the person who built the first manor. They studied in Korarika, and they basically learned the artistry of drafting, and they built the original manor. Yeah. I, first being somewhat religious, give my soul to Rina, my ashes to Vea, as a reminder to man, and as a reminder to man, as will be detailed in the pages and clauses that follow this foolishly superstitious passage. Okay. Oh, yeah. We don't need to see notes anymore. My bad. Actually, I do mind. Y'all don't need to see this. In the second order, should my husband, Baron Thomas Sinclair, survive me, I grant him his choice of sentimental keepsake he may wish to retain in remembrance of me. As our union was never founded on material dependency, I make no provision for his future, nor for my eldest son, Herbert S. Sinclair, as he will in due course inherit his father's titles, enterprises, and fortune. However, the estate of Mount Holly, its many floor plans, and storied secrets are mine and mine alone to grant, and I have neither pledged nor suggested it be granted to either of my children. Oh shit. They don't own the house. Further details concerning its disposition to follow. I do in... Damn, Grandma. Yeah, but I mean, if they don't own the house, then we don't own the house. Who owns the house? I do in the third order bestow upon my youngest son, Simon, my library, including his books, manuscripts, and musings. For I have long believed that Simon, much like myself, finds greater delight in the realm of imagination than in the mundane realities of everyday life. I hope he cherishes these books, for within their pages lies doorways to endless worlds of wonder and knowledge. In fourth order, one that I suspect will intrigue those who are behind far more than the previous provisions, I hereby bequeath the entirety of the aforementioned estate, Mount Holly, to the individual who discovers the hidden room that contains the blue pages of this document. Yay, we own the house after all. If we didn't find this document, then we owned the house because no one knew that we didn't own the house. But we did find the document, then everyone knows that we've owned the house. Either way, it didn't matter. Hence styled the Blue Testament of Arve. It is my firm belief that the challenge of uncovering this secret far outweighs any other measure of worthiness, and thus I entrust my beloved home to that deserving successor, without regard to the years that may pass or their familiar connection to my descendants who may have incidentally assumed possession of the state in the interim. In the event that any of my relatives or fortune kin are living in the state when this worthy successor locates the Blue Testament, measures shall be taken to ensure that their continued residence without fear of eviction or forced removal. Okay, well, I mean, it's not complicated because we own the house officially and unofficially. How good is a will if, like, literally no one knows it exists? This ends my swan song. I'll get so mad. We own this house so many times. The estate, being of generous size, is more than capable of accommodating multiple parties without inconvenience. It is with the understanding, however, that preparations for eventual relocation should be made, as such leniency will not be afforded to subsequent generations. I don't know what they mean by that. I do hereby constitute and appoint my colleague and fellow practitioner of architecture, Quarterus Alyssa Aaron of Trinsdale, the executive charge of an office and executrix of this instrument. If ever the 46th room of my Mount Holly is discovered and the Blue Testament of Arve be delivered into her hands or unto any of her descendants, I do ordain that they shall bear sole dominion and discretion to override and render null any and all prior arrangements herefore made in my stead or in the name of my seed. I trust in her and in the generations that follow her to fulfill this role faithfully in steadfast adherence to the wishes laid out in the foregoing pages of this document. Okay, I mean, sure, the executor of the will is named in the will. Makes sense. I don't know who this is. I don't know. Lastly, I leave a final message to my worthy successor, you. You have reached the final room, you who unearthed these pages hidden amidst the blueprints, buried beneath cryptic words and the prophecies of the past, you who have spent countless days wandering the chambers and passageways of our own curiosity, scouring for clues, hoping for answers, striving for that which you knew might forever elude you. To you for whom satisfaction is a fleeting companion, to you who stands now at the end of your journey, triumphant, exhausted, and justly proud, to you I grant that which in life I have given to no other my esteem. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 16th day of April 1952, Arve Mount Holly. Cool. We got another will. Cool. A little bit, yeah. I mean, it very much seems like congrats, you reached the end of the game, to be honest. But I also didn't solve all the puzzles here, so I don't... Anything in the drawer? Good question. No. There's no blackmail this time. Doesn't seem like there's anything else here. Okay. Guess we just walk out. And this door is just here. Pretty neat. Okay, well, we solved the hidden message of the Morajai boxes. We do not understand. We have not solved this sequence of letters even slightly. We have not solved the hidden hue thing at all. I mean, sorry, I've partially solved the hidden hue, I just have no idea what to do with it. I don't know what to do with this information. Should I just do this path for hidden hue? I mean, there's 3 different paths. And, yeah, and I still have no idea what to do with this message. I mean, I'm really afraid that it is indeed some sort of core, but that would suck, and I'm not doing that. Cause, yeah. Make sure that I didn't like miss something in this room. Okay. Well, I guess I'll ask, can I have like a tip for the hidden hue? Because it seems like I had part of something, but it didn't exactly make sense. I missed the purple. I swear, I don't have a magnifying glass. This is true. I don't think I'm gonna come back here with that though. That seems like a lot of work. It refers to the salt. It says that there are 3 colored paths and something else. But what are the 3 paths? Are the color paths just like a hint that you're supposed to be going through rooms? Because the color path sometimes goes through rooms, sometimes it doesn't. Is it just a red herring? Because like there's also that, and then there's also these like these letters. Like is everything just red herrings? I don't understand. I can just follow them? Alright, I'll do that. Let's do that. Maybe it'll give me a hint towards the solution that I got confused on. Okay, but what about the letter clues? Is this just some weird cipher that I like don't understand? Why is my phone suddenly trying to do something? Oh, dude, I had like over 200 steps. Steps galore. I was trying to get over 300, but I screwed up. I was gonna force the master bedroom here with the spoon, and I had Kez all set up to do that, and then I didn't have a key card, and this would end up being a security door. And I was like, no. I could have just forced it like one room earlier. Alright, so orange, following the orange lights. Let me go here, return. Go through the room. Wait, that's green. We don't. I screwed up. Do I need to start over? I probably need to start over. I don't know if I need to like leave like to the start or not, but I'm just being extra careful. What? I messed up again? God damn it. Some of the more hints are for clearly past finding the will, but you don't know what to do. And you also don't know what to do the letters. Oh god. I keep going the wrong way. Because I'm not, like, being careful enough. Okay. We're going up. Into the cloister. Through the cloister. Then we're making a left. And then we want to go through the dining room. Yes. And and then we want to go, I guess, through the corridor. I guess it doesn't really matter. There's two paths. Wait, no. Oh, this is just the wrong color. That's why I'm confused. This corridor is... Oh, God. Okay. Whoops. I can put this back on, I guess. I had a wrong color listed somewhere. I was so confused. I just did the same thing twice in a row. I'm like, oh, I must have messed up somehow. And then I'm like being careful, and I'm like, wait, no, I did it right. I have the wrong information. Where the hell am I right now? I'm not where I think I am. What room is this? This is foyer? Oh god, I'm really not where I'm supposed to be. I got turned around at some point. Yeah, just one spot was wrong apparently. I was missing a green. I mixed up green and orange. What a classic. I want to run out of steps trying to do this. Okay. Turning right. Going through the cloister. Then we're making a left. We're going through the dining room, past the red light, or the orange light. And then we're gonna make a right. Don't go into the corridor. We're going to the foundation this time. And then we're going to the wall. We're gonna go up the wall. We're gonna go to the wall again. Then we go to the red lights. We go through the archives. And then through the chapel into the vestibule. Oh, the door's orange. Okay, so I recognize I took an orange path. This was not the true path. So does it say this for all three of the paths, or is it the same for every way? Yeah, so there's all just red herrings. That's kind of dumb. That's so weird. So the hidden hue is a completely useless message. There's literally nothing useful in it. It's just a giant red herring. That irritates me.
I was hoping for at least something, like maybe like a little bit more, some lore pages or something. Like give me a. There's something with them. Is there? Can I break this brick wall with a power hammer? Trying to see, do these paths? No, these paths overlap with the true path. The true path overlaps these paths. So that's not it either. I thought like, oh, maybe there's just like, you can use these paths to figure out where the true path doesn't intersect at all, but it does. Honestly, Plumberant, at this point, I'm curious. What is this something I can know right now? Because I'm like at the point where I feel like this is like the end point. Like at this point, I'm just like, what is there even left for me to solve? I guess I didn't solve anything involving the spiral stars. I didn't solve. Or the sheet music. If there's anything past room 46, no one knows. Okay. I guess the random words are either something really, really cryptic and just it's that fucked up. The letters along the path matter. But I wrote them down. They're garbage. Right? Maybe I wrote them down wrong. It's M-O... Oh, it's not E, it's R. Because it's not Corridor's Foundation. Then R-T-H, Morth. And then the red path was... M-P-T-T. I don't know. I don't understand it. If that like somehow like was a message, I'll be like, oh, okay, there's something secret here, but I don't. I have no idea what this could be. It's Morthen time. It was the purple path. It was L-E-N. No, L-E-F-O-A-N. Yeah. Lafone MPTT Morph. Classic. Do I like remove these letters from the... I guess let's put my notes back on. Where even are my notes? Here they are. That's not my notes. This is my notes. I have two painting puzzles wrong. Okay. Which ones are wrong? I've asked so long ago, are they right or wrong? And people are like, my notes are right. Now you're telling me they're wrong? Line 2 should be vying? What? Okay, so this is year and ear, you're saying. I don't even remember what this letter is. Okay, how is this more correct? It's absolute nonsense. All right, so what does that give me? M-O-R-T-H, still Morth. That didn't get changed. And then red is the only one that changed, I think. So it's M P T A. I think just T just turned in, or T T, or T Y. Sorry, the only letter that changed, right? So I went to the pool. Okay, so it's slightly different nonsense. How is this helping me? I need to add an E to the start because I started entrance hall. Wait, I started entrance hall. I sure haven't been starting at entrance hall. What are you talking about? I'm starting on the purple, the red, and the orange path. How do I go from the entrance hall to the purple path? That's just not possible. I mean, for red, that makes sense. That could be empty. And orange, that changes the path. It's not Morth anymore. It's, but I literally just took the orange path and it was valid. And I didn't go through the entrance room. Right? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe there's a wrong color somewhere. Well, if I went through the orange path becomes what? It's like E W and then I think the rest is the same. It's E W O R T H. Eworth? I don't know. It's this is a struggle. I don't know. I don't know how the purple's supposed to ever make sense. You're starting in the entrance hall. Like, do I just have a wrong color somewhere? I mean, the purple has to be really fucked up because it's like, it seems like it's supposed to be making 5-letter words. Like empty worth.
Maybe I should explore it a bit. Figure out why my purple line is wrong. So the orange line was right because it was valid. And I got le phone, which isn't a word. Yeah, this is orange. Entrance hall. And this is yellow. Yeah? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. You think the E comes from the end instead? That makes more sense to me. Because you end in the vestibule, which I wasn't counting. But it's still kind of nonsense. Unless there's like an arrangement of this. This was Morth. Sorry, not Worth. Is there like, do I see a starting point in this message? I mean, empty is still the only thing that like is a word. Across two random lines combined. There's the. I don't know. Do I just have another mistake somewhere? Because this is just nonsense. The first part has an S. Where? What S? I don't go through any S rooms. You don't go through the pantry. Or is there just more wrong words? I'd believe it. I mean, apparently this is vying, not Sting. Which is a little bullshit, because Sting works just as well. I need to like look at this room again to figure out how this is an S. A Y makes sense, because I did have a Y at some point. I thought maybe it's year and ear, but I ended up changing to tear and ear, which made way more sense. I mean, I understand that this is like the extreme bullshit part of the game, but what? I mean, I'm imagining that there's a world that this is not some giant red herring, and that this is actually some like crazy mega puzzle that's like after all this stuff. Yeah, so I had this S as spine. Was it spine and pine? So you're saying it's a V. For what? Oh, you can't see it. Sorry, 1 second. how is this not just S and then just the whole word is sting? There's like a way more obvious interpretation of this. Is that like by mistake? Did they intend that? You're trying to see the V, same. In either word. V's a weird letter. Yule? We're getting even weirder words letter now. No, this is the V. Novel and Noel? What? That's like so much more fucked up than anything that we've ever seen. Yeah, Noel's like, what? Like, yes, I guess there's like an association with Noel and Christmas, but man, wow. Yeah, this is like so much more of a stretch when like S is just right there. For pine and spine. Yeah, Noel is like, it can just mean Christmas, but man, it's wow. Yeah, that's big sweat. I have to like, I wouldn't mind that so much, except for the fact that like there's another solution that works and it's way clearer. I have to wonder like how many of these other clues are like that. Maybe I have complete nonsense here because yes, there's obvious solutions that make words, but when you actually do the path, you get absolute fucking gibberish. But like there's other words you can fit in here that won't give me absolute fucking gibberish. You've not seen Noel used outside of the Christmas Carol song? Yeah. I mean, it can. I don't know. We already had blessed in here, so you know we already had like some pretty weird words, which part of me is still like, I feel like blessed is wrong because it's a weird word. But now we have vying, so you know, I feel like that's somehow worse. Grandma lingo, yeah, that's true. Quickly, let's get an Oxford dictionary from 1952 and try to solve these puzzles. Okay, so does anyone know what the actual like message here is then? I mean, at this point, like, let's put it this way. I'm not gonna solve this puzzle any further, I think. So if you just want to go, just it's an anagram? You want me to solve an anagram? Empty mother oneself? That doesn't even make sense. What does that even mean? Next you're gonna tell me is that it shows up in the normal room 46, kind of. So it's like a weird Easter egg. It's so bizarre. Yeah, I don't know. part of me feels like there's some deeper secret here. Because I'm like, why is all this bullshit here to make this puzzle 999 times harder to solve because there's like 5,000 red herrings for Easter eggs that don't solve this puzzle, that are like harder to solve than the actual puzzle. Man. That I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. This whole ending leaves a pretty sour taste in my mouth. Like the last like 2 weeks. Or really last week especially. Like finding the blueprint house being hidden with the accessibility issues that it had, and like so many cryptic puzzles that are just red herrings. I've already complained about like this game like having like way too much info given to you at once and making it really hard for you to like narrow in on a solution and know that like the thing you're working on is on the right path, or if you're just spinning your wheels. But they have so much redundant information, like things you solve that just give you things you've already solved, like things that are just nothing. There's so much stuff that like you don't know if you finished it or not. Like when I did the archive keys, I was like, oh, I found 2 archive keys in the aquarium. Cool. Surely there's 4 archive keys, right? And then as far as I know, there's just those 2. And then you find a third one randomly elsewhere, and it goes to like a different room. It's just a random extra like that teaches you core. And it's just like, what? And there's like so many archives, and like I don't even know. Do I have all the archive keys? Who fucking knows? I don't know. There's just a lot. Like, the solution is cool. Like, once I'm here, I know the solution. The whole like you turn or go straight at the different lights, it's very neat. It's a very neat solution. I think it's cool, but I like basically couldn't find it because of like the amount of information I saw. And like it was hidden in a way that I literally just misinterpreted the information. So I was just like, I like broke up the stanzas wrong, so I was reading the information wrong. And then like I was like, well, this doesn't make any sense. I have like 3 other hints to follow, so I'll follow those hints, and those were all going to nothing. It's like, I don't know. Very frustrating. It's very awkward. So I talked about this before. I kind of giving like try to summarize some of my thoughts. This is not going to be short. I talk about this before. This game is very strange. I don't know how I feel about this game. Even now at the end, there's things I like about it and things I don't like about it, and that's true for everything, right? Nothing's perfect, and nothing is truly flawed. But like, getting to room 46 doesn't involve solving anything. So like all the interesting puzzles in the game are really cryptic, it feels like, honestly. But most of the things the game just like gives you like about discovery and so on and so forth and exploration like involves 0 puzzles. Like, I don't know. Good thing I kept stream last night? Absolutely. There's no way I was solving this last night. It took me like 5 hours, and I still had to take a hint. But yeah, I don't know. It's there's a lot of things they do really well. I just think overall the biggest problem is yeah, there's just a lot that just feels like I don't know if it's relevant or not. Like some of these are like the same problem I run into like in any other game that's like this that wants to be like really cryptic. And this is why I usually don't like finishing these games. Like for example, I played Amwell, right? In Amwell, you play through the game. It's basically 0 puzzles, and then you beat the game. Congratulations. So all the puzzles in the game are post game. None of this is spoilers. But like, you start solving puzzles. A lot of the puzzles are just secret walls. They're not actually puzzles, but they're like map puzzles. But there's cool puzzles here and there. There's stuff to solve. But then like, as you go, like, the game is huge. And there's a lot of just information everywhere that like, you don't know what's information and what's just decoration. And you don't know if information's used in more than one thing. You don't know if you need like, if the information even exists inside of your game. Like you sometimes like you need to go outside of your game to solve things. And like, I think when Only and I played and we got to that point, we were basically like, I think it's time to end it. And we just didn't go any further. And so a lot of times I don't like playing a lot of these kind of cryptic games because they kind of tend to not be very self-contained. They kind of either require you of outside not like this game already had some puzzles that were like that. There's a bunch of things that required, I would say required outside knowledge that is not specified in the game. Like for example, in this game there's a puzzle that requires you to understand how Roman numerals work. That is not a thing that appears anywhere in the game. Like literally Roman numerals aren't in the game except for in the puzzle that involves them. They just assume you know Roman numerals. Similarly, there's questions that ask you what the periodic table elements are. It's not in the game. They have a table of periodic elements, but they don't actually name the element letters. They're just something you have to look up or just know, right? So there's stuff like that in this game. I think they kind of just want you to look up. And that's, I guess, to each their own. It's not, I'm always like a little, kind of wary of it. Whenever you have to leave the game, it tends to be like, you don't know how long the game's gonna last, because now you're dependent on like outside resources and stuff like that. And you also like really open a dangerous door, because like as soon as I'm like, oh, I need to look something up that's not in the game, what else do I need to look up that's not in the game, right? You start going down these, your search space gets ridiculously big, because if you know the information you need is like contained inside the game, then it helps you like narrow down like the kinds of operations you're going to take and the kinds of information you need to search. And I think that's just really critically important in a puzzle game. Like you need to like not overwhelm your search space. And as soon as you say, okay, now go online and look this thing up, it's like you that's a door that has no bottom, right? It just goes forever. Your search space is now infinitely large. Yeah. There was like a few other places that get to this point that like the cipher that shows up, I was like the one where you have the core or grid. I wasn't really a huge fan of that one either, because let me tell you, the coring operation is a pain in the ass. And the only way I was going to core that many words was that I wrote code to do it. And that's just not a thing most players are going to be doing. You know what I mean? Also, it's like the association of having to swap letters with number is, again, an operation that doesn't exist in the game. It's just a thing that they just make you guess. So you have to make a guess to do a complicated operation and hope that it gives you an answer. Like it's pretty bad, to be honest.
that puzzle is basically like, I don't know what to do. Like, I even, like, it's possible that they want you to do this, but there's no way that's the answer, because that's ridiculous to ask the player to do that. And then someone in chat was basically like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, if I didn't get that, then I never would have done it, and the puzzle never would have been solved. I would have been like, cool, you give me a random cipher, that's the end of the game for me. This message can mean literally anything. There's probably some OneNote pad on, like, their desk that I have to compare it against. Like, who knows, right? Like, you really have to be really careful with that kind of stuff. And yeah, like, when I was getting to the blue house, it was just like, man, like, the hidden message in the book was unreadable. Even, like, there was no point in making that message so hard to read. It could have been easy to read, and the puzzle was equally as good, better even. And there's just so much, like, random stuff. Like, I was following leads about, like, the hints about the underground springs, and the hints about how they're connected to the reservoir, and so on and so forth, and the room descriptions that mention springs. None of it relevant. All of it just totally nothing. And my guess is that none of that was actually intentional. Like, I like, maybe it was. Maybe those red herrings were really just meant to be red herrings, or maybe they actually are hints in a very unhelpful way. But in the end, it's like, I think there's just such a huge body of text in this game that it's so easy to get just wires crossed. You can just find random associations and things that were never intended. You find the Bible code in your game, right? And I think that's all that happened there with the spring stuff. Like, it was just an unintentional connection that the developer probably never intended. And the puzzle is supposed to be obvious, but from, like, accessibility reasons, it was less obvious than they intended. And then that just led to just, you know, a puzzle that had issues that it wouldn't normally have had. That's my guess. I don't know. But so yeah, all of these late end game puzzles, kinda not a huge fan of. All the RV stuff, it's kind of ridiculous, and I assume there's more. I assume it goes beyond it and no one has found it, and it gets even more bullshit. Because here's the truth, and again, same thing with Animal Well and every other game that's like this game, is that when you have these kind of, like, growing cryptic puzzles that just get more and more ridiculous the deeper you go, like, there is no end. Like, you can make puzzles so cryptic that the developer no longer remembers how to solve them. Like, there's no reason they can't do that, right? They can just make them increasingly cryptic. There's a point where you have to make, like, 50 hoops and solve some random cipher. There's, like, the literal, like, I don't know, some, like, serial killer's message you have to decode and then find a hidden message to solve a puzzle in this game, kind of thing. And it's just like, you can, it's arbitrary. You can make it, there's no limit of how hard you can make it. And personally, that's kind of unsatisfying, because you never feel like you actually did everything, and you never have, like, an actual, like, end. Like, I don't know, just design the game around what you think people are actually going to do. That's my own personal rant. But that's the end game. Before end game, we're talking about, say, like, I could say the game's basically in 3-ish acts. There's a ton of puzzle paths that just are kind of independent of each other. The second one is getting the throne ending. Throne ending was honestly overall fine. There's a lot of cool puzzles that weren't too tricky. They all line up. I think there was a couple things I didn't like about the throne ending. I think the biggest problem I have with the throne ending was the game was, like, really, really, really trying to make you not open the cursed stone box for some reason, in a way that was, like, really frustrating. Let's put it this way. If the game had any way to copy your save file, I would have had no problems opening that stone. And maybe that's just the only problem, that there's no copy feature in your save file. Why is there no copy feature in my save file? Let me experiment. When you're making permanent decisions that affect my game, like choosing an upgrade for a room or placing the foundation or so on and so forth, like that should be something that I don't feel like I'm gonna regret forever. You know what I mean? And the Cursed Stone was very much in that camp. Even when I was told that the Cursed Stone would not permanently destroy my file, when I was opening the box, I still didn't believe chat. Because the game was like, this is gonna ruin your file. Are you sure you want to open this? And I'm like, yes, I have to, I guess. So that specific thing was very irritating. I don't know why they did that, because like when you remove money from the shrine, it says, are you sure you want to do that? And you say yes, you get cursed. And that's it. That's the whole warning. That's the everything. But for the Cursed Stone, it gives you 4 warnings. 4 times it warns you in a row. Do not open this. Why? It's so stupid. But yeah, apart from that though, the rest of it was honestly fine, except for there's a general philosophy as we go earlier in the game to the middle part of the game, is that the game has just like, and I've talked about this before, so everyone who's been watching the whole time, you already know this, but there's just like an intense lack of disrespect for the player's time in this game. You just spend so much time doing the same thing over and over. Either you're trying to like get a specific combination of things to occur so you can test this abstract whatever idea, or maybe the game just asks you to repeatedly do something over and over, like draft the treasure trove 46 times, or draft the like stars 100 times so you can get the stars, or draft the spiral of stars, like I think it's like 150 times. The number's ridiculous. It's a huge number of numbers. It's so tedious. Like, and the reward is jack shit. Well, the treasure trove isn't jack shit, but it didn't need to be 46 times. And so it's just like, I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand why it's included in the game that way it is. And if it's just like, hey, this isn't actually even for this. This is for something that's like super cryptic. This is for something that's way beyond the blue estate or whatever they call it. The Blue Testament. It's beyond the Blue Testament. It's like, it's crazy cryptic. If you do that, then it has to just be way harder to like make it not part of everyone else's experience who's not going that deep, because it's just really terrible to do. Roguelikes are just like that. I mean, maybe the game is just bad because it's roguelike. I don't know. I don't even consider this game a roguelike. Like, I know there's like the random room aspect, but like I actually playing this game does not feel like a roguelike to me. It just doesn't. What this game feels like. So my first 20 hours of this game, like my experience is basically like I go in the room, I draw random built rooms. Every time I go through, it's like exploring a new random space. And like I kind of get the roguelike aspect of that in the sense that it's a roguelike, like Minecraft is a roguelike, where you have these like randomly generated worlds. You're constantly finding new stuff, and every day you may not find the thing you're specific. You might not find your diamonds or your redstone or whatever, but like every day you find something new. You find some new connection, you find some new information, you find a new puzzle that you solve. Every day is like that, and that's like the first 20 hours of my experience is basically that, and it's fantastic, but it doesn't feel like a roguelike, right? I don't know, maybe that's what a roguelike is to some people, but that's not my experience with roguelikes, at least. And even then, it still doesn't feel like a puzzle game. it just feels like this exploration discovery experience, right? And it's fun. I see why people like it, but that's mostly what it is. Yeah, mystery. There's a whole mystery aspect to the game, but I feel like calling it a roguelike is like calling it a roguelike because it has the mechanics of a roguelike, but it doesn't have the spirit of a roguelike. And I don't know. It doesn't have like just the soul of what I would consider the roguelike, even if it has an aspect of a roguelike. Like, it's kind of like you start calling this game a Metroidvania because you go to one place and get an item, then you go back to another place and you use the information you found. It's like it doesn't really play like a Metroidvania, you know what I mean? Now, the puzzling, I said, is the beginning doesn't really feel like a puzzle game because most of the time the puzzles are either just that trivial, but like really it's just more like when I think about like my experience, like of what I'm feeling and like what am I doing most of the time while playing the game, and it's like just a vast majority of this game is just this dungeon romper, exploration, discovery. It's fun. Yes, there's small puzzles. Yes, I'm taking notes and so on and so forth, but like the puzzling I'm doing is a very small part of what I'm playing compared to the exploration discovery part of the game. So in the same way, I wouldn't call Metroid Prime 3 a puzzle game just because they have the random puzzle locks in the game. It's just a small part of the game that doesn't make it not a Metroidvania. Then, like, after a certain point, like, you know, after Room 46, after some point when you've drafted basically all the rooms, just naturally. So you have all, like, the normal rooms, but not, like, the found rooms or hidden rooms and discovered rooms. Then it's like... Then it starts becoming more puzzle game. Like there's like a kind of a transition. It's not like a hard cut. Just like I'm doing less exploration because I'm at a point where I'm not finding new things anymore, and also I have enough unlocks that the exploration roguelike aspect is becoming just somewhat trivialized. Like, I just generally always have enough keys and diamonds and money, and I just don't think about the exploration mechanic of the game anymore. It just becomes the, you know, becomes more like, oh, I actually have to go through my notes and solve puzzles and like and test things and experiment things and so on and so forth. And eventually it kind of goes from like kind of that kind of discovery puzzle game, and as you go deeper it starts transitioning even more into like just a straight more cryptic game. It's very weird because it never really gets to a point where I would consider like a cipher game, except for that one random cipher puzzle they gave you. Everything else is just very cryptic but not cipher, which have this weird overlap. They're not exclusive. They're related terms. Looking for monstrosity. Escape room? Yeah, escape rooms can have... I mean, this game is like an escape room, right? But like, you know, when you do an escape room... Yeah, I mean, maybe it is actually a good idea, like a good comparison. Like, if you think about an escape room, you go into an escape room with like you and your friends, or God forbid by yourself. The first thing you're doing is you're just running around trying to find information, right? You're just trying to explore the room space and just trying to find as much information as you can. You're generally not actually trying to solve puzzles yet. You're just trying to like find everything and gather as much, figure out, because like a lot of times you need to like corroborate two pieces of information, and like there's no point trying to solve a puzzle until you find both pieces of information. And so once you gather all the information, you then like switch to this puzzle mode where you're like, okay, we have a bunch of codes. How do we solve them, right? And so like I think this game kind of captures that idea a little bit in like a more extreme idea where like you're exploring this mansion for 20 hours collecting information. And then once you're at that point where you feel like there's nothing else you can really find anymore, you start having to like actually solve what you have. But the big problem I have is that the game is so big with like the amount of information that like once you're done exploring, you have like 1,000 screenshots. It's a little much. Like, I think in some ways, I don't know, maybe not. In some ways, I think I personally would have enjoyed it better if the game was more, I think as a people term, layered, where like you have like a group of puzzles that you solve, and you solve those puzzles, then you go to like the next section where you have more puzzles that you solve, and you go to the next section. Like in this game, like outside of this kind of this little chain here, like everything is just accessible all at once. Like there aren't really layers. It's just everything is just there. It's like good luck. You can solve them in basically any order. So it's really overwhelming. Well-known puzzle game Pokemon Unite. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely like, I don't know. This game's I definitely can't say the game is bad. The game is definitely good. It's definitely a good game. There's no way I can't say this game wasn't good. But man, did it eat a lot of my time. It ate a lot of my time that I feel like it did not need to eat. Like, I don't know how it's not like just make the game smaller or make the game shorter. That doesn't make sense in this context, but I really wish how long do I have on Steam? Hold on. What does Steam say? Steam says I have 180 hours in this game. I wish I spent like less than half that time. It got me to stream. I was gonna stream other things. I wanted to work on. Well, I mean, maybe I still will. I don't know. I wanted to go do the Chrono Trigger translation, but there's also non-stream projects I want to work on, so that's fair. Maybe I wouldn't have streamed. We're here about a game that is too long. It's over. Yeah, it's like a literal like week of like playtime. I mean, I've been playing this. This is part like 30 something. I've been playing this game for like over a month, I think. It's been kind of ridiculous. It is definitely way too long, and it's not too long because there's too much content. I spent probably 70 to 80% of my time doing nothing. Am I done now? I'm pretty sure I will not play this game again. I think the only way I'll play this game again is if someone's just like, hey, you missed this really, really cool puzzle, like, you should do this thing, then maybe. But yeah, I got like what I would consider like the third ending of the game. It was actually weird because there's like literally no cutscene or anything. It's just like, congrats. But apparently I'm at a point where there's puzzles I haven't solved that I don't know how to solve. But apparently I'm at a point where no one knows what's after this point where I'm at now. Like, if there's more to solve, there might be, but no one knows how to go beyond to like the fourth ending or whatever. But it could just be nothing. Maybe everything that's left is just Easter eggs and red herrings. So, because it's, as I said earlier, it's very, very easy to just make an impossibly hard puzzle and just put it in your game. And then you don't expect people to solve it. You just put this puzzle in the game for the sake of having just things that people will never solve. It always leaves people with this like feeling of mystery, like they've never truly fully understood what the game is or the entire world. There's always this mysterious element, but like when people play puzzle games, that's not what they're playing them for. They want to play a game that feels mysterious but then solved. You want to feel satisfied, like you understood the world and you've unlocked the puzzles. Like, I don't want to go in a puzzle game where you solve 1 of 10 puzzles and you know the other 9 are impossible to solve. There's DLC coming? I don't know if I'll play the DLC. It really depends what the DLC of this game looks like. DLC scares me substantially in puzzle games because, again, my concerns about like search space. When as soon as you add DLC to a game, like I don't know what the search space like. Does DLC need me to play through the game again? It's like spread throughout the game. Do I need to know puzzles from the earlier parts to solve puzzles of the DLC part? Like, if they make it very clear that it's its own self-contained part of the game that has no relationship with the rest of the game, then it's a little more approachable. But to be honest, I kind of wish that they would just make it a sequel and not DLC, and there's just no question. Oh yeah, there's gonna be a Dirigiblocks. I mean, Dirigiblocks is probably gonna be a free DLC. That's just gonna be, I assume the Dirigiblocks is just gonna be an update, and that's just gonna be like some fun side game inside the game. I probably don't care. I don't know what Dirigiblocks is. I just know it's a game. Right? Like, who knows? It could be literally anything. Why would I be excited about it? Alright, I feel like I should probably at least end the day, right? What if it unlocks purple? Who knows? Oh, people are saying maybe I should look at the vestibule again. I don't even know where I am. I'm very lost. Are you still orange? Nope. Dang, yeah, it got deleted. I couldn't check if this got changed. Whatever, don't care enough. Yeah, we have purple, black, orange, red. I mean, it is interesting. These are the 3 colors that go to this path. The black is like the only path that's not here. But like, there's no black path, right? There's no black rooms. Whatever. Maybe there's another path here and no one knows it, and it involves a black path. There are what? I think it's a black. Oh yeah, we never did anything with the fucking colors. All the colored animals, literally never used that information. Take the secret tunnel. I don't think that's in the original blueprints. I also made the tunnel rare. There's so many. Look, there's so many clues I've got in this game that I like did not have any use for, and I'm like I mentioned the spiral of stars. I mentioned the sheet music. No idea what those are for. There's the first and third original manuscripts that they have a thing about the colored animals. I'm like, what the heck is this about? Never found a use for it. So maybe all these like weird, like crazy puzzles I never solved are for the fourth ending. Who knows? But It's beyond me. I admit defeat on that stuff. There's just no way. The army is part black. Oh no, there are black rooms, just not in this house. There's no black lanterns. Find out Simon's mom. So yeah, we basically know the entire story. There's some like question marks that are very intentionally left open. Like there's some stuff they intentionally don't tell you what happens so that it's a little open. But the core story is good. Basically, it's like Simon's mom and a couple of other like revolutionaries basically got together. They wrote a bunch of revolutionary material and published it. And then they broke into the Royal Museum and stole the crown, which is like a symbol that like was represented the crown from the previous nation before the current country kind of overthrew them. And so there's like a bit of this whole like they're trying to, you know, overthrow the government to try to bring back the old government or a new government or whatever. And then, but instead of following that line, they instead decide to flee south. And so they flee south to Araja and never to be seen. Oh, the fucking SD clue. I never did anything with that either. But yeah, they flee south and just never return. But in order to make that all work, they basically set up a bunch of puzzles for the detective to like who was investigating the whole case that led to a false end. So it's mostly in a new clue. There's a bunch of hints in it, and my interpretation is that you follow the clues through a new clue, and eventually it'll lead you to unlocking, you know, everything in the grotto and giving you a secret password that talks about a couple of hooligans who basically who broke into the mansion, were hiding here, and were working to steal the crown or something. And they found Mary, who like was overhearing their plans, and so they killed Mary and hid their body, and never heard from these hooligans again. Completely fabricated. And the idea though is that because it's all like this secret hidden following a chain of puzzles. Yeah, Mary is your mother, correct. That the detective finds that information and he feels satisfied that he has like solved the hidden conspiracy, and that they don't suspect that Mary's alive, and they don't suspect that the Sinclair family's involved, and they basically just leave it at that, and they go and they close the case. So that's like kind of their master plan. It's a little bit of interpretation because some of it is not explicitly stated. You kind of have to like guess and make your own interpretations of the story. So this is a little bit my own personal take of it. Basically, yeah. She basically ran away. Your father's pissed about the whole situation, and your father blames Herbert Sinclair for the whole situation, basically. Yeah. It's a bit odd. Yeah. Mary is basically this very strange character because she, again, she's a bit of a revolutionary and has these like ideals, but doesn't actually make what I would consider change. I mean, maybe she will in the future, because she basically makes a big splash and then runs away, right? When things get too hot. And then she also just kind of abandons her family. So like, if you think about like what would happen in like another authoritarian regime. Like, we, Simon, and our father Daniel would very much be under arrest right now. Right? Like, if I think the idea is that I think what they were trying to do is basically make it so that they're trying to make it sound like Mary wasn't involved with anything, that she was just a bystander who got killed for finding out too much, and that's how she like protects her family. But like, it's a lot to risk, and like, what does she gain from this whole thing? I don't know. Maybe I'm not a great revolutionary. Maybe I don't see the power of her works. Maybe she did a lot more than I think she did. Now, I will say her father, or your father Daniel, her husband, he agrees with her, right? He's basically when he writes a letter to your grandfather, Herbert Sinclair, he basically writes to him that basically cursing him out, saying like, hey, you're suppressing her desires to actually be a revolutionary, essentially. Like, she wants to be Arindian, and you're like bending a knee to the king and to like the Fen throne or whatever, and you're a terrible person, and you should respect, your daughter more. But like, secretly, Herbert is doing those things. He's just being so secret that your father doesn't know. So like, I think in the end, I would say that Daniel knows that Mary wants to be a revolutionary, and he's probably fine with her doing it. But to be honest, I would have expected Daniel to like join her or something. And maybe he didn't because he wanted to protect us, Simon, the kid. I don't know. It's a bit odd. It's pretty I feel like it's a little weird. That probably should have just taken the whole family with her, but whatever. But yeah, that's the story with Mary. There's she's following her father's footsteps, basically, about basically being in love with the previous nation, Arinda, and her grandfather, who basically uncovered like basically the original like capital and throne. Like, the original capital of Arindia was in the nearby city, and so under the mountain they uncovered like the original like castle that was like destroyed or hidden or whatever. And so there's kind of like this idea that they can maybe try to restore it and like restore the old kingdom and bring it back, but like they don't really have the power to overthrow the government. So they basically just, it's this big secret. They're holding on to this thing so that when the time is right and Fen gets destroyed, they can raise this castle. That's kind of like the idea, but they've just been sitting on this forever. But her mother's side, there's this other bit. On her mother's side, she's basically like, dude, just move on, right? Move on from all this stuff, right? She is not a revolutionary. And this is my interpretation. Lots of my own personal whatever. But she's basically like, stop trying to bring back the past. Like, stop trying to like continue this line of Sinclairs or whatever that's like gonna be the next king or ruler of the nation of Arindia. Like, just like basically make your own path, make your own road. It's your life, it's your family, forget the history, basically. So there's a bit of that tension going on, and I think that's supposed to be kind of like, maybe that's why she runs south. I don't know. But yeah. So that's kind of like the general like gist of the family story, and like kind of like the world we live in this game. It's like neat. It's cool. Oh yeah, I mean, again, a lot of this is like not explicitly said in any way in the game. You're just finding like random notes and letters, and they kind of paint like a picture. You have dots that you're supposed to make line connections to, and like how the story actually plays out is very much up to interpretation because you just don't have enough information. Like, we don't actually know if Mary escaped. Like, it's not known. Like, all the notes that we find make it seem like she didn't get caught. And we can't find her anywhere. So she probably got away. But, like, we don't know, right? Like, maybe she got caught on the border later on. We have no, like, in the game, we have no information along those lines. But it's unlikely because it seems like if Mary got caught, we would have seen like something in the game, like a headline in a newspaper or something. Like, the absence of that information implies that she didn't get caught and that she got away and she went through her planned, route of get to Araja. But what we don't know is what she did after that. Like, this happened, years ago. We have no idea if she's still there. We don't know what her plans are. We don't know what the rest of our cohorts were doing. Is she still planning like revolutionary activities? We don't know. We don't know anything. Yeah, the people who were caught didn't want her known. Yeah, exactly. It's a little odd. Like, if you were authority and say they probably would have, made a point of her, but maybe she didn't get caught by Fen. Maybe she got caught by someone else. She's still trying to solve the puzzle. Yeah, maybe. There's a lot of just weird things in the game. Also, there's so much like just lore that's not really part of the story. There's this novel in the game called The Children of Blackwater, and it's about this like horrible thief guild of children that just go around murdering people to steal stuff from them, and they have no morals. And essentially one day they murder a noble and steal a cursed rock from them. They bring them back, they're all cursed, and it not only is the person cursed dies like by mistake essentially, but they like lure in like the local authorities and they raid the den and everyone dies. The end. So this story exists and they make a bunch of references to this story, but like as far as I know, it has no bearing on anything. They're like, oh yeah, the server room is in a place that's connected to this story, but like that doesn't have any impact. It's not used for any puzzles. It's not used for any lore in the game. Just like it's mentioned as a like, oh hey, kind of a little superstitious because there's a story about people being cursed here. Yeah, it's kind of world building, but it kind of gets back to like having a huge body of text to search through to solve puzzles. I kept going back through this book and it's huge and I'm just like, where's the secret? And it's nothing. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the lore, and I think like from world building it's cool. I think it's cool kind of having this like they have all this like stuff in the game, but it is very annoying to have it in a puzzle game. It's a very fine line to walk, unfortunately. It's really hard to like have both and feel like one doesn't get in the way of the other. But like if the game didn't have any of this lore stuff, like it would have had lost a lot of its charm, right? Like that's part of like what makes it, you know, the game that it is. They need to be audiobooks so you can just like listen to it while walking around. Yeah, I don't know. There's always like this like awkward problem in these kind of exploration based puzzle games where you really do want to like have an interesting world, so you don't want to have just puzzles, but you have this annoying problem of like, how do you tell a player what information is important for solving a puzzle and like information they should write down and keep track of, and what information is just flavor and it's good for them to read so they kind of just have the experience, but they don't have to analyze to like find the hidden message, because you want to shrink the player's search space. In the same way in a Metroidvania, you don't actually generally want to have the whole world accessible in a Metroidvania. You want to kind of open up the world piecemeal so that like as you're exploring, you only have smaller areas to explore, and then you find new power up and it opens up more areas, and so your search space in the world doesn't get too big. You don't have to keep re-exploring places that you've like already explored or whatever. So like it's the same for puzzle games, because it's like it's a difficult thing to do, and in some ways you can just make it so that like everything is relevant or you have a clear indicator. So like for example in The Witness, right? In The Witness, every puzzle, I'm gonna put like an asterisk on this, but in general when you're playing through the game normally, all the puzzles are on like these square panels that have like a circle on it and you draw lines. And so you know that every time you see one of those panels appear in the game, you immediately know that it is some sort of interactable puzzle in the game. It's 100% very consistent. It's a really good way to communicate it. And when it's not one of those things, you know immediately it's not one of those kind of puzzles, right? And so there's lots of like small hidden things in the game that don't lead it. Obviously, just asterisk to this, I'm not going to go into the spoilers of the game, but that kind of communication I think is really good in a puzzle game. That being said, The Witness, like from a flavor lore perspective, is not very great. Like I didn't walk away from The Witness feeling like, wow, what a deep game and a cool universe they built. No, that's not what I got from The Witness. So in some ways maybe they went too far, I don't know, but like compared to like say for example like a Myst series game, like when you're playing through Myst, generally speaking that game has an absolute fuck ton of text. If you've played any of the Myst games or any other games by Cyan, just an absolute fuck ton of text. And there's so much lore, there's so much story, there's so much character, there's, you know, whatever. And you know what? You don't need a shit ton of notes in that game. You need like maybe a single page in your notebook, because every time you need to actually have like something that's relevant in the game, it is like always a picture. Like always. Like just always in that game. Like if you flip through a book, you can just find all the pictures and take a screenshot and then put the book away, and you can solve all the puzzles in every Myst game. They don't like communicate this to you, they don't like make it a rule, but like that is just how the games work. or if they have like red bold text, but I don't think they really do that very much in that game. I think they basically just have a picture. It's like, oh, it's a picture of a device with a bunch of numbers on it, let me just copy that down real quick. You think SSN was deep? I'm afraid not. So like when you play through Myst, it's actually like, I don't know, maybe I'm just a little different here, but like Myst is like original Myst is like an extremely easy puzzle game. Like as soon as you like recognize like how information is communicated to you, it's basically you find the information is relevant, and then you tinker with the things that you find, and then you spend like 10 hours trying to find the hidden lever. You know what I mean? Like the puzzle, like the information is very clear to you, and I feel I did like a pretty good job making it obvious like what information is relevant and what information is not relevant. It's like you read the journals and you're like, I know there's not like a weird cipher in it. And maybe that's part of it. Maybe it's like, don't put ciphers in your game, because if you know there's secret messages in your text, then like you have to be super detailed with all your notes. But if you know there's no ciphers in your text and they're just like kind of more cursory level basic puzzles, then you can just take very basic notes and move on. Now, I'm gonna say Myst 1 is very easy. The later games are much harder, but the rule still applies. Like Riven is probably the hardest and requires like the most like stuff. But like again, there's a ton of text in the game, and like you don't need to copy down every book. You don't need to screenshot every page. It's just not, you don't need it. You can just read the lore, understand the lore, and just copy down the things that are obviously notes. So, yeah. I do wonder how that kind of like stuff can be applied to a game like this. I know that there's like plenty of cool things where it's like, you know, for example, the corner cases one, right? So we did corner cases. I guess spoilers for this game. You're already in spoiler in this game. Whatever. One of the puzzles in A New Clue was they gave you a list of rooms. There's a lot of red herrings, very annoying. But if you ignore all the red herrings, they give you a list of 4 rooms. You go to those 4 rooms. Each of those rooms has a note, and in each of those notes, there's one word that's like written strangely. It's like written in cursive, and then you use those 4 words, and it gives you a message. Pretty straightforward. Would have been way better without the red herrings. So many red herrings in this game. Oh my god. But like that like can still work fine without being overloaded with information, because like the game's telling you to look at the notes in those rooms. So like you can just have it so that like, no, you don't need to go and copy down all 4 of these notes when you first visited them to try to find a hidden message, because you're not going to find the hidden message. And then when the game tells you to go look at those clues, then it's very obvious, like you have a thing that you want to go and like look up. And I think that is well done. I wish that in some ways maybe more stuff was like that, where it's like, yeah, like all this information, you can ignore it, right? You can read it for the lore, but you don't need to copy it down. It's not ever important unless the game explicitly tells you, please look at this thing, right? I don't know. Maybe that would have worked more. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't have. I think inevitably it's really, unless like the player somehow like really knows what's relevant at any given time, you're still taking just shit tons of notes and taking shit tons of pictures. It's really hard to avoid that. I don't know. But yeah, I mean overall, again, it's hard to say. I would say like, you know, first 40 hours of my experience of the game, I would give this solid 9 or 10. Very, very strong game. Was a good experience. The other 80 hours, was it the other like 100 to 80 hours or wherever it was, much worse, much less fun. And I probably should have just stopped a long time ago. Maybe there's people out there that just really, really revel in this stuff. I got a little lured in, probably got a little over my head. I know I have trouble with these cryptic games. it's kind of awkward because I actually really like these exploration puzzle games. I just, when it gets too cryptic, it gets really rough. So I don't know. Yeah. So let's try ending day. I guess that's the last thing to do. Just in case the game does anything for like, hey, congratulations, you like beat the game. I assume it won't. It's just gonna be end like normal. Let's see if there's like literally anything that's different. Yeah, there's a after you get the when you do the throne ending, there's like a room that just has like 9 different kinds of locks, and one of the locks was the red door. They had like the blue door, the red door, a door that was like they had a door that was a what's it called, hammer door. They had a torch door. They had a key door. They had the basement door. They just had a whole bunch of doors. Of like different kinds of doors, basically. Like all the kinds of doors. And one of them was the red door. But yeah, music was good. Art was good. The design of the rooms was really cool. Again, way too much information, but it's fine. Yeah, I agree. It is a very odd thing. But I found actually in the end, almost every blue tent note was completely useless. Which was very, very frustrating because they spent a very, very long amount of time getting all the notes. But almost all the notes refer to things that either you already knew or were not actionable information in any way. Like it only made sense after you solved it and it was useless to have the information, or was lore. I think there was like there's like 2 to 4 notes. I'm still hiding a corner of the screen. True. Well, it's just credits. Now it's more credits. I don't know. There was a few notes that were important, and one of them was the key note I needed to actually unlock the whole RFA thing. There was a note in the Machinarium that required me to have a really, really annoying setup. And like I couldn't not only had the Machinarium in rank 8, I had to have like 8 gear rooms before I placed it. It was just a really annoying setup to get it placed. And that note specifically gave me the key information to start the RFA like line. So like almost every blue note is like completely useless, except for this one really hard to get note that was not useless. Very odd. I don't know. I think they included the blue tents because they kind of just want to have a sense of it feeling like the game just kept going, right? Like you play the game, you unlock a new thing, it's like, oh shit, there's a whole bunch of new stuff. There's a whole nother layer, as the kids call it. But like it wasn't. It's just just more time that you had to spend. Yeah, it's like more player time you had to spend. I did eventually get the foundation hit. I was able to remove the foundation randomly. Alright, well. For free. Yeah. I just wanted to, yeah, exactly. Like at that point when you finish room 46, like I'm past the point of wanting to explore the mansion anymore. I just want to solve these puzzles. I want to experiment. Like I really really wish that like after a certain point in the game, maybe it's just a building unlock, maybe it's just like whatever, but like as time goes, I just want to be able to place whatever room I want anywhere I want, no punishment, no resources like that I'm spending doing it. It's just a thing I can do, and it just removes the whole like random drafting aspect of the game. And it can be gradual, right? Like initially you can only do a few rooms, and as you do more, you can do more rooms, you solve more puzzles. But like eventually, I just want the mechanic gone. I like once I'm solving puzzles, remove all of it. It's so tedious. I just want to like solve this puzzle that requires like I have to like, oh, I want to test the stupid fucking freezer furnace combo, which unlocked absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Completely useless. But like getting the freezer and the furnace together was so annoying to do. And then I finally did it, and they're like, oh, maybe they weren't close enough. Like they said the closer they are, the more hotter it becomes. I'm like, okay, I'll do it again even closerlier. Still didn't work. Didn't do anything. And they're like, well, maybe I have to go do this other thing when I do the freezer, and I'll do this other further stuff. Still nothing. They're like, oh, maybe you need to bring fire with you. Oh, cool. They gave me a letter. They gave me absolutely nothing. Just like the furnace was useless. What? It's a cool mechanic that exists in the game. It's a cool interaction, but like, it was so annoying to do, and it gave you no reward. And I was just, oh, so frustrating. I just wish I could have just placed the rooms on the board whenever I wanted, and then just move on with my life. Getting like the chess like puzzle solved. Like you had to keep resolve. Once I saw the chess puzzle once, it should just be permanently solved. I can just go in there any day and change the power. Don't need to resolve it again ever again, because man, that puzzle is so annoying to solve. It's so random. You have very little control over that. Ugh, there's just a lot there. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I spent so much time like grinding out like various permanent resources in this game, that I eventually got to a point where I basically just mostly just ignored the drafting mechanic of the most part. If I wanted to get a specific room, I just run through the house, and I generally would get it, or I would just reset and try again, and it wasn't that hard when I just needed like a specific room. But man, that's like after playing the game for like 120 hours. Like that should have been happening after like 40 or 20 hours. Like I don't know, that happens like way too late, and it's still not enough control. Yeah, it's just so much time. I just spent so much time in this game that I wish I did not have to spend. I don't know. I can't wait till they add the Dirige blocks into the game, and like the reward for Dirige blocks is literally this. Like, you beat Dirige blocks. It ends up being like, I don't know, Jumpman platformer, and it gets really hard. And the last level ends up being like Chapter 9 Celeste or whatever. And then you solve it, and they're like, congratulations, you can now you don't need the draft anymore. Like I don't know, like who knows what Dirige blocks is? It could be anything. I am kind of curious of like how much for the microchips again. No, the reward for Dirige blocks is another hint for Swan Song and 8 safes. The 8 safes thing was such a fucking meme, because like not at some point I got so many hints that like the NPCs, sorry, the servants or whatever, they start sending you like emails, and like they eventually send you an email that's literally just the message, the 8 safes message. They just have that in plain text, and then they have like 5 emails after that like, why did you just spoil this puzzle for them? What is wrong with you? The game is just like making fun of me. They making fun of me for giving me these stupid hints. They just link again to the wiki. The worst part about the thing, I didn't talk about this as much before, but I've talked about it in previous days. But like the redundant information in the root for like hints, they give so much redundant hints for all the easy puzzles. It's absolutely ridiculous how many hints they give you. Like, why? And then you get to like the harder puzzles and they don't give you any hints, and you're like, please give me more hint. But like the picture hint thing is insane because like that puzzle is so easy that I feel like most people could solve the 8 states puzzles with 0 hints, right? Like that's not that hard of a puzzle. You end up running into like one of the rooms like I did that was like you see bride and bridge and you're like, "Oh, I see what it is," or you know, whatever the message is. Like they basically could have had no hints at all and that puzzle was perfectly solvable. And yet they have so many of them that they just explicitly tell you. So many of them aren't even hints. They literally just tell you what the mechanic is over and over and over. It's not even a hint. They just tell you what to do. And like, why? Why are there so many of these? Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot about this game that like, yeah. Again, I said earlier I don't really know. I don't know how to best review this game. The first couple dozen hours of the game was quite fun. I gave it like a 9. I really like exploration. I think one of my favorite parts of the entire game was was finding the underground for the first time. It's a fantastic experience. It feels great. Very much again, same as the Witness. I'm sorry for referencing it again. But like it just feels good. You're exploring the mansion, you're seeing things, and suddenly you find something really new and very different and very mysterious, very cool. It's very good. Um, but yeah, like eventually that runs out. Like I don't know, and then you're playing the game for another 100 hours. Can't review the game until you finish it, and I haven't actually finished it. You can't actually know. There was no acknowledgement when I got to the blue testament room or whatever. Like it just here's the true will. Nothing has changed. Uh, and then they had a little message saying like that must have been really hard. Good work. And that's it. There's no like. At least when we got the throne, there's a little like cutscene that's like, throne ending, and you're like, thanks. I really wish they'd just played credits, but that's fine. They said like a special splash and made it feel like, yeah, that was a big check mark. That was a big, you did it, like cutscene. But you got to the Blue Testament, and it was just like a text box, and you're like, really nothing. If I got all the trophies, I would have felt accomplished. It's true. I do not have all the achievements because I didn't want to do any achievements that involved drafting. Screw that. It's not the fun part of the game. The drafting part of the game was not the part that I liked. Not what I played it for. Like I think the drafting was really cool for like discovery. It's really cool for like you find new interactions between things that you didn't know about. That was all very interesting. But like if I actually like know how the game works and how I just want to like wait for a specific random set of things to happen and be able to like beat the game with that happening, that sounds very not fun. You just keep rolling dice until it works out. If I want to do that, I'd be like an Ironmon streamer or whatever. Yeah, I just do not care about achievements in games. I know some people really go for them. They're just not interesting to me. And I understand why there's no achievement for the RV thing, because you know they don't want to like ask people to do things that are like too hard, I guess. But like some acknowledgement would have been kind of nice. I don't know. I guess it's like effort. It's like it's a bunch of extra work to make all these like cutscenes for like a really small amount of polish. So I understand like cutting things here and there. But oh well. Also, side note, this game didn't run super well on my computer. Frame rate dropped a lot, and then the game would slow down. I think that's the main reason why I kept walking slow in various places. I was walking slow because the game was just running slow. The game was still perfectly playable. It didn't make me like miss inputs or whatever. It's not that kind of game. But it was a little odd. I don't know if this game's like Unreal or Unity or something, but like I don't know, maybe my computer's just too old. Well, I have a 20 Super or whatever, so like it's not really top of the line, but it's not that old. I don't know. It's a little weird. It's Unity? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like, it was very much kind of thing when it was getting worse as I was drafting more rooms. Like, right when you draft a room, you get a major slowdown. And then, like, as I drafted more rooms, it would slow down more and more. So I'm pretty sure it was just like a performance thing. How many things had secret interactions like the cloister? The cloister didn't even... Oh, you mean like a... The tomb had a bunch of secret things in it. A tomb has a secret path that leads to the underground. It also has a secret path that lead to the original manuscripts, and had his secret path that led to the diary key, and also the what's it called? It had like the note from your great grandmother, and it also had like a secret path that just had some dice, I guess. So yeah, there might be more secrets I didn't find, right? Like the tomb. I think the tomb is like a room that had like the most going on. Oh, that had no interaction indicators. So there are, the RFA stuff did. So like for example, the RFA stuff, you needed to you had to get a watering can and empty it, and then fill the watering can at the water in the trading post. And that's like watering. That's not like an obviously interactable thing, but if you bring the watering can there, you can like fill it, and then you use the water in certain locations. And again, there's no normal interaction. You just bring the watering can there, and like if it has the correct water in it, it gives you the option. There's also like a similar thing with getting into the family core. Like it's not a normally interactable thing. If you have the right key and you look at the right like chest or whatever, then it gives you the option, do you want to use this key on this chest? And it's like not a thing you would normally have in that room, or you would look at that spot. So you have to like know that it's there. So there's stuff like that. But I don't think there was anything that I found that was like hidden buttons where you literally just like click on a random wall and like a door would open. I don't think that's ever happened. It was almost always like you had to have a very specific item in a room, and you could do something you couldn't do. And there was a lot of those. There's a lot of like, you bring a specific item to a specific spot, it let you take an action, and the game didn't tell you need to bring the item. You had to like basically get a hint telling you to get that item, essentially. All the critics didn't play this far for a review. Yeah, dude, there's no way. I mean, there's plenty of player reviews who've played this far, I'm sure. But like all like the professional critics, yeah, there's no way. Like they're gonna play to Room 46 and stop, right? They're gonna play the game for like, you know, 10 or 20 hours. I watched GMTK. GMTK, he's not really a critic, right? He kind of just talks about game design in games, but he did a review essentially of this game like a week ago, and yeah, he got the Room 46 and then stopped. So like, and he's like, I know, he said something along the lines of like, I know there's a lot more, but I just don't have time to keep playing this game, and this game doesn't respect my time. So I'm like, I think he's like cursorily aware of like the kinds of things that the game's gonna do. Like I think he unlocked the blue tents, and then he was just like, nah, I'm done. You know, it's like, I think it was like that kind of thing. He's like, I'm not doing this. I'm moving on my life. That's the best place to stop. I kind of agree. I don't know. I think the throne is a nice place to stop if you like really really want to push yourself, but I also would have, I think that only is true if the game was more streamlined. Like the game in its current form, I think Room 46 is but the thing is, what's annoying is, again, I mentioned this before, but like 46 takes like no puzzles to solve. You don't need to solve any puzzles to get to Room 46. You just keep drafting rooms, you keep exploring, and then it just happens, right? So like, I don't know. It's very awkward. I wish that required some puzzle solving. I don't know what, but something. There's like so many points when I was like doing the 40s, even getting the Room 46, I was like, is this game really asking me to do this right now? Like when you get the basement key and then it's like, great, I know where to use this basement key, but I don't have like I'm out of steps. I have to get the Room 40, get to the antechamber all over again just to get the stupid key, and then use the key. And then once I go that way, that's gonna lead me to the northern lever, and then I have to do this all again because I have to get to the northern lever the same day that I get to the antechamber. Like at the time, it was like really hard to get the steps and get everything set up, and it's just like you honestly just shouldn't go for Room 46. You just keep playing the game and build the shit up until eventually it's like a lot more trivial. I don't know. When I played through the game, I basically was never really trying to get the Room 46. Getting the Room 46 is something that kind of was a happy accident when it happened. And I think at the time I had the aquarium combo going on, so the whole house was just full of aquariums, which made it very easy to get around the house and had like lots of materials. And so when that happened, it made it really easy to do it. Sorry. Anyways, I'm gonna end it here for real. I'm signing off. I think I've given a pretty full review. I've given my thoughts. I probably have missed some things. There's a lot of things I didn't communicate very well, and a lot of thoughts that I haven't thought of. I'm glad I finished. Overall, I don't regret playing the game. I don't regret playing as far as I did. I wanted to walk away and kind of get the experience, take it away, and maybe like apply it, what the things I liked, don't apply the things I didn't like, etc., and like see where it goes. It was a good experience. I hope people who played the game also had a good experience in the things that they did. Do I recommend you playing it? It depends. Probably yes. You probably should play it if you haven't played it. Although if you're here, you probably are not playing it. And yeah, I'm done. Thank you for watching. I'll be back eventually.